Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Débat sur la question préalable en troisième lecture.
Resuming debate. Bill C-15, enacted to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and to make related consequential amendments to other acts.
This bill was last before the House. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona had the floor, and there are 18 minutes in the time allotted for his remarks. I therefore call on the Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to continue my speech on this bill. I spoke for just 2 minutes yesterday, so I will continue on today with the bill. We had very knowledgeable speakers yesterday on this topic, and they provided some very convincing arguments, I thought, to the House for why this bill is not a particularly good idea. And I would like to cite some more reasons for that being the case, Mr. Speaker. I think that this bill came up through the Conservative Party process, the election process, the polling process, and I think probably what they did was they polled the public and they asked them, do you agree with minimum sentences? And of course the numbers went right off the radar, and they said, well, this is what we have to do, bring in legislation along these lines. But perhaps if they had polled and focus group asking a different question, they might have got a different response. Had they looked at the reality of how mandatory minimum sentences have actually worked for 30 years in the United States, if they looked at other aspects to this type of legislation, they might have got a different response in their polling. For example, if they'd asked people, would you support mandatory minimum sentences if you knew that the United States is repealing its mandatory minimum sentences? California, New York, Michigan, Delaware, Massachusetts are all repealing their mandatory minimum sentences, with other states considering the same. We have a former counsel to the United States House of Representatives Committee on the Judiciary, Eric Sterling, who stated emphatically his decision to promote mandatory minimum sentences in the United States was probably, quote, the greatest mistake of my entire career over 30 years in the practice of law. And what they found was that the goal of the legislation to reduce drug use failed. The goal of safety in the communities failed. The goal of raising the prices of drugs and lowering the purity failed. And the goal of reducing organized crime failed. So I know that we, in Canada like to follow the United States, but clearly this is another example where we're totally out of step, where they've tried the experiment, it's failed, and now this government, for purely political and polling reasons, wants to move in this area. Let's look at what's happened under the mandatory minimum sentences in New York. We saw a dollar-for-dollar trade-off in increased expenditures for prisons versus higher education. Now that's really smart, isn't it? To spend money on prisons by taking away money from higher education. That is not a very smart use of taxpayers' money. In addition, while drug use is pervasive among every social or economic group, 95% of all people incarcerated for drugs in New York were poor African Americans and Latinos. In 1986, when the legislation was enacted, the Federal Bureau of Prisons expenditure was $862 million. 2 years later, it was $1.2 billion. In 1991, it was $2.1 billion. And now, the President's request for fiscal 2010 is over $6 billion. That gives you an idea of how the expansion in prisons has developed in the United States. And that's a mirror of what will happen here in Canada. And at the end of the day, we're going to be building huge amounts of prisons. We're going to start privatizing them because that's part of the corporate ideology of the Conservative Party, to turn over public assets to the private sector so that they can get in the business and try to make a profit. Make a profit keeping people in jail. So clearly that's a failed strategy. Yesterday I listened to, as I said, certainly brought out the lawyers in the Parliament. I was very pleased to hear, and we have 5 lawyers out of 38 members of our caucus. I heard from a lot of lawyers yesterday, and I must admit that it was a beautiful experience. They knew what they were talking about. They gave the arguments, and I think, there are times when we should be listening to the lawyers. And if there ever was a time, this is one, because they know the system, they understand the system, and they weren't all just from the NDP and the Bloc. There were members from the Liberal Party as well who spoke eloquently about this legislation. So, maybe there are some lawyers over on the other side who are just kind of close their ears, close their eyes to this situation because, they're being told by their management that this is something they have to do for political purposes. It was also pointed out yesterday that if you bring in the mandatory minimum legislation, you are going to bring an end to guilty pleas. Part of our system, and the reason it works reasonably well at times, is that people will plead guilty. When they're caught, they decide that it's better just to plead guilty and be done with the charge. When you bring in legislation like that, guilty pleas will come to an end. And is that something that we really want in our system? And I'm all in favor of tougher legislation. I'm not easy on crime, but I want to see things that work. And this government has brought in some pieces of crime legislation that will work. But this one in particular is one that won't work. I want to give you an example of something in Manitoba that has worked really well. And that's the key here, is we should be looking at dealing with issues where we can find evidence that that it's actually worked. We had the highest auto theft rate in Canada, in Manitoba, for a number of years, in Winnipeg. And about 4 years ago, the government auto insurer, because we have public auto insurance there as they do in BC and Quebec, we brought in a program to install immobilizers in cars. And we offered a $40, I believe it was, discount on the insurance if people would install these immobilizers. What happened was that people didn't buy in. Nothing happened. So do you conclude from that, well, scrap the program, it didn't work? Well, no. We took another look at it and said, offering the $40 discount is obviously not enough, but we have to solve this problem. So what do? We decided to pay for immobilizers in people's cars. And we sent them all notices for people who drove high-risk cars, and they had by a certain date to go in, install a free immobilizer, and they then got the insurance reduction on their insurance. And guess what happened? In only 2 years, we now, a couple of months ago, had one day where we had zero car thefts in Winnipeg. Now, you would think with an experience like that other jurisdictions would come running and would want to know how did we do it and would want to copy the same thing. I would like to know why the Insurance Bureau of Canada, who are the national body dealing with insurance issues across the country and insurance companies, wouldn't be showing interest in that. Because Ontario, for example, is a very large private insurance market. Why wouldn't they be encouraging that sort of a program? And maybe they will. Maybe they will. Maybe we should be putting some pressure on them. Maybe we should be talking to them. Maybe we should be encouraging them to look at what happened in Manitoba and perhaps encouraging their member companies, the big private insurance companies in Ontario, to come up with a program like that. Our calculations, I believe, are such that we took an original hit by installing the immobilizer, but we were paying out such big amounts of money in stolen vehicles, damaged vehicles, not to mention the fact that people were being killed by people who stole cars and got into accidents, that we were able to cut this back in a substantial way. So clearly, there's a role here for the Insurance Bureau of Canada to be learning by these examples and encouraging their member insurance companies to do something to encourage the private insurance companies in the rest of Canada to bring in a similar type of program. So I think that's what the bottom line here is, that the members of the Liberal Party, for whatever reasons, have decided to support the legislation, and I think I know why that is, but I think that given their druthers, they would rather not. But the fact of the matter is that what I'm saying is that the members of the NDP, the members of the Bloc, and the members of the Liberal Party in general would prefer to support legislation where there is proof that we're going to get some results. That's the bottom line here. Why would we be bringing in legislation where we know from the very beginning that there's no question about this, that it's not going to work? So, Mr. Speaker, I want to deal with some of the details of the bill, and I'd like to also, point out, and my colleague, the member for Churchill, yesterday pointed out how recreation centers are very, very important for getting people away from crime. We had in my constituency a community club called Calvin Community Club that had been in operation for probably, it survived the Depression, so I'll give you an idea of how resilient this little club was. And it was close to, matter of fact, Clara Hughes, who was an Olympic medalist in 2 sports, trained in that club. Her mother lives just a few blocks from the club. And the mayor of Winnipeg, after promising not to close any community clubs, turned around, changed his mind, and forced this little club to close. And what they're doing in Winnipeg, and I'm sure you know in other areas, is they're developing these super centers where you have to get in your car and drive 2 or 3 miles to get some exercise. And when we grew up, we know there were little community clubs in our neighborhood. The kids could walk over to that club, they could do exercise, and they could play hockey or whatever soccer games. They didn't have to be super nice places. They were just very close to where people lived and people enjoyed them. It's our destruction of these centers that is leading to more of the problems we see in society. We in the NDP have always said you have to deal with crime before it happens, not after it happens. And part of the program is to put money into community centers like the Calvin Community Club to keep it going, to put money into programs to keep children active, put money into the educational system, develop all sorts of programs to keep people away from activities that are going to lead them into trouble. So, Mr. Speaker, that is a very important element in the whole area of prevention of crime, rather than dealing with it afterward. A member of the Bloc indicated yesterday that, in fact, treatment in prisons is not up to the level that it should be. And if we have people in prison and they are given a 36-month sentence, for example, that in fact they should be kept there for the full 36 months so they can finish their programs. It doesn't make sense to have people in prison trying to encourage them to participate in programs, and then they end up getting out of prison halfway through the program. It's self-defeating. So I think we want to be tough on crime, but we want to be smart about it. We want to make sure that if we have programs and people are taking the programs, they'll at least finish the programs before being out of prison. Now, Mr. Speaker, the Act itself, Bill C-15, is an act to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, and the enactment amends the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act to provide for minimum penalties for serious drug offenses, to increase the maximum penalty for cannabis, marijuana production, and to reschedule certain substances from Schedule 3 to that act to Schedule 1, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This is the reincarnation of Bill C-26 from the 39th Parliament with minor changes that can clean up the language of the bill. Well, this is a good example of why we shouldn't be having elections every year and a half, because some of these bills that we're dealing with right now are going through their third Parliament. And at the rate we're going, we're never going to see some of these bills finally put into law. In this case, in this particular one, I guess we don't mind. But in some others, we would like to see them passed. The bill was passed at that time, Mr. Speaker, and referred to committee at the time of the election call. In terms of the summary of Bill C-15, in terms of the Schedules 1, 2, and 3 of the Controlled Drug and Substances Act are the schedules that this bill deals with, and they list illegal drugs in Canada that have progressively lighter punishments for possession, trafficking, obtaining and importing and exporting all illegal drugs. And there are 8 schedules in total. Schedule 1 lists 18 substances and all their derivatives and include methamphetamines, opium, and cocaine. An indictable offense for possession is punishable by a sentence not exceeding 7 years. For trafficking, a person is liable to imprisonment for life. Schedule 2 lists only cannabis in its preparations, derivatives, and other similar synthetic preparations. An indictable offense for possession is punishable by a sentence not exceeding 5 years. For trafficking, a person is liable to imprisonment for life. And Schedule 3 lists 32 substances and includes amphetamines and drugs known as the date rape drugs. And Mr. Speaker, I did want to say that the NDP does support this particular aspect and this particular element of the bill, as indicated by our members yesterday. The bill proposes minimum penalties for the production, possession, trafficking, and importing, exporting of marijuana, cocaine, heroin, methamphetamines, and other drugs. And the bill also moves the amphetamines, all its 19 byproducts, and the date rape drugs from Schedule 3 to Schedule 1. Tougher penalties will be introduced for trafficking in the date rape drugs. And as I said, we certainly agree with that. The maximum penalty for cannabis production would increase from 7 to 14 years imprisonment. The mandatory sentences are introduced for the production of even one marijuana plant, a minimum of sentence of 6 months. I don't know how sensible that is, Mr. Speaker. The legislation imposes 6 months imprisonment for any act of cultivation of cannabis, irrespective of issues of violence and gang involvement. In terms of marijuana, 6 months for the production of 1 to 201 marijuana plants. The production is for the purpose of trafficking. And 1 to 2 year mandatory prison sentences for the production, possession of purposes of trafficking and importing, exporting. Now, Mr. Speaker, I understand I only have another minute or so left, so I do want to deal with what I see as a kind of an interesting aspect to this whole bill, where we have a member of this House who was quoted, I believe, at committee, and he said, and I quote, "I suppose I will accept the representation made from the John Howard Society and the Civil Liberties Association that this bill is targeted to the so-called low-level distributor or low-level dealer. You may be correct that it may not be as effective as we would like it to be in going after the kingpins, which is what we should be doing. I accept that." And who said that? None other than the member for Edmonton St. Albert, a member of the Conservative Party who's proposing this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for York South-Weston.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for his overview. And it should be obvious, and it'll probably be more obvious, that I am not a lawyer. So my question will have to be taken in that vein. The member made a point of linking this legislation and the minimum requirements under it to a reduction in guilty pleas. And he has characterized that as not in the interest of the general public and the criminal justice system. But there has been an issue that has come up in my experience recently, and one of concern, and that is that there is a concern with respect to the number of occurrences of plea bargaining, and most graphically illustrated with the HoC case, and there have been other cases. People are very concerned about that. And so my question is that because he is concerned with respect to the reduction of guilty pleas, would it not be an argument in favor of the legislation if, in fact, associated with guilty pleas, there was a reduction also in the plea bargaining system, because people are very, very concerned about that? I wonder if he would comment on that, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think what we're concerned about here is that if we pass this legislation and it follows the American model, which in fact it does, what we're going to see is new prison development, new prison construction popping up like mushrooms all over the place, and the inevitability of those prisons being turned over to private sector for profits, and that we will develop a system here where we're going to be just warehousing huge amounts of people at huge cost. And, you know, the Conservatives talk about reducing taxes. I mean, what we're going to see is huge tax increases to keep these huge populations of people in these private prisons. Now, that's where I see it going at the end of the day. And that's what happened in the United States. And after 30 years, they're trying to dismantle all of this. They're trying to roll this back because it didn't work. And part of the arguments that I heard yesterday in this House were that if you were to have mandatory minimums, the legal counsels would be advising people to plead not guilty and fight. And when you do that, you're going to overload the courts. We're going to have to hire more judges. We're going to have more work for lawyers. We're going to just tie up this whole system because people are going to be not pleading guilty, as I'm told a lot of them are right now. When they're caught with, when they're caught with their drugs, the lawyer may say, look, it's an open and shut case. It's better that you just plead guilty and get it over with. But if they're looking at mandatory minimum sentences, then they will be inclined, according to what I heard yesterday, to want to fight that and put up as tough a fight as they can. And when they do that, you're going to clog up the system, and you're going to be hiring more judges. You're going to be expanding the court system. So not only are we going to be expanding the prison system in the country, we're going to be expanding the court system as well. And to me, that doesn't make sense, especially from a government that wants to lower people's taxes.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to correct the record here. I believe the members of the NDP are misleading the House when they recite the words of the honourable member from Edmonton St. Albert. And I'm going to read for the record the entire passage in question. And I note, unlike the NDP members, I'm going to read the entire passage. So I quote, "I suppose I will accept the representation made from the John Howard Society and the Civil Liberties Association that this bill is targeted to the so-called low-level distributor or low-level dealer. You may be correct that it may not be as effective as we would like in going after the kingpins. I may accept that, but even if that is true, how can you tell me and tell the grieving parents of the 14-year-old girl that the low-level dealers are not a problem and that the elimination of the criminal enterprise, which is what the kingpins you refer to feed on by taking those guys out, is not a solution to this epidemic problem in cities such as Edmonton and Vancouver?" So it should be obvious to anyone that the member from Edmonton St. Albert is not agreeing with the views of the NDP witnesses. He was simply doing his duty as a member of Parliament from the Edmonton area and raising the concerns that his constituents rightfully have over the drug problem. Will the NDP now apologize for blatantly taking my colleague's words out of context?
Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I believe that of the witnesses, 13 out of 16 witnesses said that this legislation wouldn't work and won't work, and nobody could provide evidence. They were asked at committee over and over again to provide evidence that this legislation works anywhere, and they couldn't do it. So what we have here is we have no studies that shows it works, which is a heck of a way to bring in and support legislation, I would have to tell you. And of the witnesses that did appear, 13 out of 16 of them said this is not a good idea. There's no evidence that it works. And you know, the members want to talk about dealing with the kingpins of crime. We know that they have not been successful in doing that, and that's exactly what has to happen. We should be attacking the hardened criminal element here, the kingpins of drugs who own, businesses on the side, own restaurants, live in fancy houses and basically masquerade as businessmen in our society. These organized crime figures have been around forever and ever, and it's always the little guys that we end up putting in the jail. The big guys don't get in, and we've seen in the United States even when they do put the big mafia kingpins in jail, they end up being put in kind of club-fed conditions where they have their own, they have their own chefs, and it's like a country club. They actually continue to run their criminal organizations from behind bars. Now, clearly, that's what this government should be looking at. Let's see some efforts on the part of this government to go after real organized crime and put some of these big guys behind bars, and I'll be right with you to do that, because that's what you should be doing. But instead you run around chasing, little, small-time people who are being supplied by these big guys who never get touched in the process. So I would say, let's wake up here and let's start chasing the real causes of crime, the big guys who are the ones that are really the ones that should be put in jail for long periods of time.
The honourable member for Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask the member a couple of just two short questions. Perhaps some of us are watching too many movies around here about criminal organizations, but would the member not agree that in the context of this debate, as many members criticize mandatory minimums, the warehousing, the life-wasting, blind mandatory minimum sentence, as we do that, we should not lose sight of the fact that sentencing, custodial sentence, is a fundamental component of our justice system and a necessary one to assure public safety. We should put this in that context, in my view. Would he not agree with that? And secondly, the government measure here to impose mandatory minimums of 1 year foists upon provincial governments and provincial correctional institutions, not federal institutions, the burden of keeping these individuals in prison. Apparently it's not going to cost the federal government a nickel. So it's a rather cynical move. And would he not agree that we get better bang for our buck if we resourced our police better, even though most of our police operating out there are not federal police, that we get much more bang for our buck, much more effective public safety when we properly resource our police to do their investigations, and when the police turn up the heat, the crime goes down, the public safety goes up.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that is absolutely excellent question, and certainly well put. We, like he, agree with proper sentences, and they're a positive thing. I referred to the Bloc member the other day mentioning that if we are letting people out of prison too early, they're not able to finish their treatment programs. That longer sentences, but that's up to judges to decide whether or not the person in each case, on a case-by-case basis, whether what the length of the sentence should be. But whatever it is, they should be kept in there for the length of the sentence, and they should be taking treatment programs that, in fact, they'll finish, as opposed to what the system we have right now, where they either the programs are either not available or the inmate is getting out of prison before they finish the program. In terms of offloading to provinces, he's absolutely correct. We're talking about sentences here of 2 years that are going to fall under provincial legislation, so this federal government is just neatly transferring the problem over to the provinces, and that is hardly a fair situation, because those provinces, Mr. Speaker, are overloaded. Their systems are overloaded as we speak, to the point where we even had a huge riot in one of our provincial correction facilities in Manitoba just a couple of years ago. In terms of resourcing police, we certainly are in favor of that. That is something that the Manitoba government, certainly provincially, has.
I'm afraid the honourable member's time has expired. Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, why is the Conservative government doing a 180-degree turn on justice policy? We learned from a youth and adult justice system that was broken. Canada had an extremely high rate of youth incarceration at one point, a higher rate than the United States. We learned that a system that emphasized sentencing was missing the focus that needs to be placed on prevention. We finally began moving down a better path, and now this government wants us to take a U-turn and go back down the wrong path in order to look like it's doing something. But doing something and having the courage and the foresight to do the right thing are two very different things. I never understood why and how a Prime Minister who had been called a policy wonk actually chooses newspaper headlines over what is best for the country. All Canadian commissions since 1952 have recommended abolishing mandatory minimums. And one need only look to the United States to understand that mandatory minimums sentencing have failed. Mandatory minimums penalties simply do not work. And the minimums results in increased prison populations. And you have to keep in mind, Mr. Speaker, that it costs approximately $62,000 per year to house a federal inmate. And if you give that inmate a bit of counseling and support, it is over $100,000 per year. So it may be tempting to subscribe to a knee-jerk reaction or a quick fix. It may even be tempting for some to place politics ahead of truth. The truth is that the minimums just have proven to fail. And the truth is that multi-dimensional problem like this one requires a multi-dimensional solutions. And the truth is that it takes prolonged investment and time to remedy the cause of crime. That is why the New Democrats have always said that we need to have an overall coordinated strategy focused on gangs and organized crimes and drugs. We need to have an improved witness protection program. We have to have more resources for prosecution and enforcement, like hiring more cops on the beats, which the Conservative government have failed to do. Sent the money to the province, even though the province have not hired the police officers, as was promised in the last election by the Conservative during the time of election. And we have also said that we have to toughen the proceeds of crime legislation. We said that we need to have more prevention programs to divert the youth at risk. We also said that we have to have more drug treatment programs, because right now there are very few on the streets in Canada. In fact, there are almost none community-based drug treatment program that is that is a longer period, 6 months and above. So a lot of families, if they have the money, they send the children, the young people, to the United States for drug treatment. And if they don't have money, then they wait for years in order to get into these treatment programs. And young people need to have access to realistic and useful information and resources. So remember that we've had some safe sex campaigns. That seems to have worked somewhat. And that we need to tell the young people, if they're taking drugs, how to seek support if they have an addiction. And not just a lot of commercials about the horrors of drugs. And with prevention funding allocated to the RCMP, the 14 million in cuts to the National Crime Prevention, which delivered community-based, realistic youth education programs, it's clear that the Conservative focus on prevention and education, they're not focusing on prevention and education. What they're focusing on, of course, is just an enforcement approach, which have proven to fail. So Canadians deserve more than a government that play politics and seek the headlines. Canadians deserve a government that understands that behind the headlines are real lives and real needs. Canadians need a government that understands that community safety is the highest of civic priorities, and long-term solutions require sustained investments. So this is the time for real leadership, and instead Canadians have been given recycle ideas that have proven to fail. There have been tremendous amount of research that have said that it has failed. For example, the commission, Canadian Sentencing Commission that I was talking about earlier, this was done in 1987, and this Royal Commission there was another one, a Royal Commission on Revision of the Criminal Code in 1952. In 1987, the Commission said, and I quote, that mandatory minimum penalties, with the exception of those prescribed for murder and high treason, served no purpose that can compensate for the disadvantages resulting from their continued existence. There's another study in 1992 that said that it simply does not work. This is by Michael Torney. Another report in 1994 from the Department of Justice said that and concluded that charges with minimums often are bargained. The public is not aware of which offenses are covered by minimums. The minimums result in lower conviction rates. Minimums increase trial rates, and judge gets around the minimums. Other studies, for example, demonstrates that countries that use minimums the most were not associated with the bigger crime decline than the countries that use minimums the least. And in Australia, studies have demonstrated that minimums have no deterrent effect, a fact that has been accepted by that government. And there's a study by Morgan, mandatory sentencings in Australia, where have it been, where we're going, and we know that it doesn't work. And so there's been studies after study that said this has failed, this kind of strategy has failed. And the government is selling the bill as tough tough on organized crime and big-time traffickers. The reality is that mandatory minimums divert law enforcement resources towards drug dealers, leaving the door open for organized crimes. Divert from small dealers, the guys on the street, leaving for the big folks, the real criminals, to organize, and then that there are more open for organized crime. And why would this government not accept what the experts have been telling us for years? That antisocial behavior is more significantly reduced by diverting young people from the criminal justice system before they get wrapped up in a life of crime. And why is this government not listening to what police chiefs across the country have been telling them? That obviously, effective law enforcement is critical to community safety, but it has never been designed to eliminate the causes of crime. And this Prime Minister should know that good policy is premised on evidence, not popularity. Canadians deserve much more than a government that looks to score popularity points when the real issues demand attention. And this government seems to be interested in popularity and not policy making. And that is not a good way to govern for Canadians. And there are fundamental problems with this legislative approach to criminal justice. We see that there are 3 or 4 more bills coming, and it's the same approach. And to adopt only a lock them up and throw away the key attitude and turn our back on our young people, our future, is nonsensical, Mr. Speaker. And it's a bad policy that does a disservice to the very Canadians this government should be working for. Now, we know that Aboriginal and people of color are overrepresented in Canadian jails. Research have told us that in the past, if you look at the United States, they started in 1972 to 1908. In 1972, they started this war on drugs. There was a 500% increase in prison population. And this is the same period when the population in the U.S. grew only by 28%. So 500% in prison population. And it disproportionately affect minorities. In 1998, 90% of people in prison for drugs in New York were serving minimums, and blacks and Latinos, which only comprise 25% of the population, constitute 83% of the prison population. And how sad. When you look at the U.S. federal system, blacks make up to 12 to 13% of the population, 38% of those arrested for drug offenses, 59% of those convicted, and 74% of those in prison for drug offenses are black Americans. They are in jail, and the overpopulation of blacks is also a Canadian problem. And you've seen studies by Worley and Tanovich, and you've seen the report on Commission on Systemic Racism in Ontario Criminal Justice System in 1995 that talks about the overrepresentation of blacks in Canadian prison. Also, Aboriginal offenders, it's again disproportionately impact on them, and we see that in another study, Jamie Cameron, Aboriginal Peoples and Sentencing in 2001. So the data have shown that Aboriginal and people of color are overrepresented in Canadian jails. It would affect people who are visible street-level users and small-scale sellers. This bill sends a message to our young people, particularly young people of color, that the government prefers to invest in their incarceration rather than their education. Because no doubt about that, we believe that this, with all these bills, we are going to see a likelihood to build more jails across the country, and we have also seen that incarceration has been linked to an increase in the likelihood of future offending. So not only are we getting tough, not only are we putting more people in jail, which is by itself not a huge problem, but we are in fact causing them to offend more, and therefore more of them would go in jail. So it repeats that cycle of violence, repeats the cycle of drug offenses, and that studies have concluded that individuals sentenced to jail had higher recidivism rates and were more likely to reoffend than individuals who were not in prison but were punished for their crime. So it looks like more prison is exactly what this government plans to bring. And yes, of course, we need meaningful consequences for offenders, held accountable for their crimes. But if we run away from the solutions that address crime's causes and therefore reduce crime itself, we are leaving Canada in a worse off situation. And we can't, offenders can and should be held accountable, and government can help prevent crime in the first place. But unfortunately, Bill C-15 shows that this is not the government that are doing that. And one of the major problems of these kinds of laws is that instead of using the law to provide protection to those people to whom life has been dealt in a fair hand, we're actually using it to punish them more and to have them become scapegoats for our desire to pretend that we are being tough on drugs And we have seen in the United States that the war on drugs have not worked. And how sad, Mr. Speaker, that to see the Liberal Party members of Parliament there, that while they talk about the importance of supporting young people, investing in young people, they are following the lead of the Conservative Prime Minister and turning the backs of young people of Canada. And young people deserves a lot more. We know that we are coming into a summer season. Instead of debating a bill like this one, what we should be doing is saying that we should massively invest in youth employment programs, because during economic downturns we see that young people are the first to get laid off. Their unemployment rate goes up fairly dramatically when there's economic downturn. That's why the Canada Summer Youth Program should be increased dramatically. The funding should not be kept the same year after year. There should be an increase so that the $100 million that is being spent right now, Summer Canada Youth Program, requires more investment. And not only should it be in the summer, it should be year-round. Why should it be year-round? Because after the summer, these young people are well trained by these nonprofit organizations, and they get laid off. And yes, some of them go back to school, others do not. Some of them that goes back to school requires them they still need to find part-time work. But however, there is no federal government program that hires young people after school if they are in school. There's no program that hires them after school so that they could work for a nonprofit organization, so they could work in the neighborhood community centers or a neighborhood rec center, so they can become role models in their community, so that they can stand up to the drug pushers to say that, hey, there's a better way. Instead of joining a gang, let's join a swim team, let's join a basketball team, let's come together and learn about how to do a dance or how to do graphic arts in computer. There's so much young people can teach to their younger brothers and sisters. They need a kind of support in the community. They need to have the kind of mentors, especially in at-risk neighborhoods. They have to have the kind of mentorship that these high-achieving young people can provide. So instead of having them just go, some of them have to work because they come from families that require them to work. Instead of having them just work in the Walmarts and the McDonald's, we should provide them with opportunities in an after-school programs that they can be hired, and so that they can teach their younger brothers and sisters skills and become role model. Instead, in Canada, we do not have such a program. The only youth employment program is really directed to those that are out of school or out of work. Whereas the people that are leaders in the community, they do not have a stable and a program that is long-term. So the Boys and Girls Club of Canada, for example, have been saying to this government that please fund us for the administrative cost and the core program. Give us stable funding year after year, whether it's the Kiwanis Club, Boys and Girls Club, or John Howard Society, or Rotary Club. They've been saying that we need to hire young people in part-time throughout the school year, not just in the summer, so that these young people can lead others out of a lifetime, out of being trapped in a cycle of violence, trapped in their neighborhoods that some of them have serious drug problems. Because we know that young people want to follow a leader. We know that the best allies to fight drug crimes is the young people themselves, is their peers. So we need to go to the young people to say that you are our solution, you are our allies in fighting crime. Instead, what we are doing is that we are sending more and more young people to jail, building more jail, spending more money on jail. At the end of the day, we'll just increase the number of young people committing crimes. How sad, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Honorable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened with great attention to the honourable member and her remarks. I can't disagree with her remarks about rehabilitation and the need for resources, but this isn't a budget debate. It's a debate on a specific bill, and at least I think she would concede that the novel part of this bill, the Conservatives finally seem to be learning something from 3.5 years of opposition members railing at committee about the efficacy of bills. But one of the novel parts is the reporting back to Parliament on the efficacy of this bill. The second part is the aspect of diversion to the drug treatment court system, although sparsely situated in the country and under-resourced, again, to go with her theme. This is a good thing. And finally, will she admit that attorneys general across the country have been asking for such legislation? We're dealing with trafficking in offences. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, our visit as a committee to British Columbia brought it home, and Dave Chomiak, the Attorney General from Manitoba, brings it home as follows when I say, Canada has become a source country for marijuana exports and, to a lesser extent, methamphetamine exports. Commercial-level drug trafficking and grow operations are closely linked to criminal gangs and violence associated with competition over illegal drug markets and other drug-related disputes. He calls on the government to do something. He's not alone. Almost every Attorney General in Canada is asking for this. They steer the justice system at the provincial court level and the corrections facilities for provincial offences in their own provinces and territories. How can we ignore their pleas totally?
Good question. The honourable member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, the drug treatment court is, we see that, yes, you try to divert people to treatment programs, but they're desperately, inadequately, and underfunded. There's a huge waiting list. So for a drug treatment court means that it would further lengthen dangerously long wait times for drug treatment. So it makes it worse. So while most users need immediate access to service when they are ready to go under treatment, when they have to undergo treatment. And current wait times range from months, and I heard even, it depends on where you are, to a year in this country. I've spoken to a young woman face-to-face and her father. Her father described to me, her father is actually quite active in the Rotary Club. He described to me how tough it was to try to send his daughter to a drug treatment program. And at a point when she was ready to change her life, to get out of her addiction, there was just no facility available in Toronto or in Ontario. So what did he have to do? He had to, thank goodness he had some money, send the daughter to the United States, had the drug treatment program, and thank God it was successful. She came back and she started a small campaign with the Rotary Club of Toronto to say to both the province and the federal government that we must and we have to establish more drug treatment programs, especially those that are community-based and long-term, so that other families do not have to send their kids down to the United States for treatment. So you can talk all about drug treatment court and diverting people into treatment. If there is no treatment or you have to wait for a long time, how would it work? It just won't work. So this element in this bill reviews that the real intention of this bill are targeting to low-level users are not organized crime. Because why would you, if you have an organized, a drug lord, for example, the big shot, we are not going to take them into the drug treatment court. So this really shows that even though it seems like a good idea, but unless you invest in drug treatment programs, the treatment court is going to have limited success.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Skeena Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague from Trinity Spadina. A simple question to her. The government has come forward with this legislation talking about their agenda on crime, and yet when we've asked time and time again from their parliamentary secretary, from their Minister of Justice, for one piece of evidence that shows that minimum mandatory sentence is the main mechanism in this bill, the effectiveness of that mechanism on treating drug crimes, which is something of interest to all members in this House, when we've asked for any piece of documented evidence, because there's a lot on the other side, Mr. Speaker. There's a lot of evidence on the other side that says this mechanism and tool does not work for these types of crimes. Right. In this debate, in this Parliament, in which we try to construct laws that are based on reason and fact and effort of study, when we've asked for those studies from the government, they've come forward with nothing and said, well, it's just conservative logic. I've had the chair of the committee yesterday just yelling at me that it was just logical, according to him, that he didn't need evidence, he didn't need any research, he didn't need any study, he just needed his own logic to craft laws. Logic, and from his perspective, that was enough. His ideology was enough to carry the day. What is a parliament? What are members of parliament in writing the laws for this country, for future generations, if all we're relying upon is ideology? So I ask the member, as we construct laws, as we look at the sensitive and often passionate and inspiring issues of drug law in Canada, what should members of parliament be relying upon? Their own personal ideology, or the best evidence that we can construct and pull together to write the best laws that we can for Canadians?
Very brief response. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
The big city mayor is actually meeting right now. They met yesterday, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities meeting today in Alberta. And they have called for a four-pillar approach. It's prevention, treatment, harm reduction, and enforcement. This has been proven successful in the United States, UK, and Europe. And in 2002, the House Special Committee on Non-Medical Use of Drugs, the Office of Auditor General, and the Senate Committee called for strengthened leadership, coordination, and accountability with dedicated resources. It talks about enhancing data collection to set measurable objectives, evaluate programs, and report on progress. It talks about balance of supply and demand activities across government. And it talks very specifically increased emphasis on prevention, treatment, and rehab. So that is being recommended since 2002, but that is not what this government is doing. This government is driven by the ideology, supported by their Liberal MPs on the other side, and basically, at the end of the day, with this bill passing, more young people will be put to jail, and that's what ideology would, instead of evidence, because evidence said that C-15 will...
I hesitate to interrupt the Honourable Member, but there are 2 minutes left on time for questions and comments, but it's now 11 o'clock and we must proceed with statements by members. Déclaration des députés.
Statements by members.
Wetaskiwin.
This morning, the Samson, Ermineskin, and Montana First Nations bands at Hobbema in the great constituency of Wetaskiwin will celebrate the grand opening of the new Musquecheese RCMP detachment that will serve their respective communities. The primary function of government is to provide for the safety and security of its citizens. This new facility will help to do that and more. It signifies a new beginning for these reserves that have wrestled with drugs and gangs and violence. 3 years ago, when gangs were recruiting the young people and causing havoc in these First Nations communities, RCMP Constable Richard Husalak, along with Sergeant Mark Linnell, started a community cadet program that attracted over 900 young people from the 4 bands at Hobbema. Teamwork, discipline, leadership, and the courage to face challenges are skills the cadets are learning from their RCMP leaders. Instead of falling in with gangs, guns, and crime, participating in the Cadet Corps provides them with new, rewarding experiences. This is just one example of the dedicated leadership role the RCMP plays in our communities. I want to congratulate them on the grand opening of this new and modern building as they continue to serve and protect Canadians.
Honourable Member for Esquimalt, Bondafuka.
Mr. Speaker, tomorrow is the day we honour the sacrifices our veterans made on D-Day, and this Sunday is Canadian Forces Day. On behalf of all Canadians, I would like to give our heartfelt thanks to the men and women who serve in the military and their families for the extraordinary sacrifices they make for our nation. I especially wish to thank the Forces members and their families who serve at CFB Esquimalt, a group that I serve. But there are a number of things the government should do to help our military. 1, create more daycare and primary care centres near CF bases. 2, create a centre for excellence for the care of CF members and their families. 3, adopt initiatives that will prevent and treat operational stress injuries like PTSD. 4, screen every CF member coming back from a combat mission for operational stress injuries. And 5, ensure that the immediate family members of CF members are able to be covered federally for health care. Our armed forces and their families, Mr. Speaker, make an unlimited commitment to Canada. Canada should make a similar commitment to our armed forces and their families.
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles. Mr. Speaker, I rise today in this House to pay tribute to a remarkable couple in my riding and to celebrate an out-of-the-ordinary event. On the 18th of June, Mrs. Georgette Legault and Mr. Gaston Legault will be celebrating their 60th anniversary. It's always a great pleasure for me to offer my heartfelt congratulations to couples like them who are happy to be celebrating 60 years of married life. Mr. Legault and Madame Legault are a wonderful example of understanding, acceptance and love. On behalf of the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to wish you many more happy and healthy years to come. Congratulations and happy 60th anniversary.
Honourable Member for Skeena, Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Tomorrow in Morristown, British Columbia, northwestern BC, First Nations will be hosted by the Wet'suwet'en Chiefs, who will be holding an all-nations energy summit. Now, this is showing a path and a future that all Canadians should pay attention to. First Nations will be gathering business groups, environment groups, municipal leaders together to talk about the energy future of the Northwest. An energy future which includes green jobs, sustainable jobs for all of our communities. It's almost a year ago to the day where this House received the First Nations apology from the Prime Minister and talked about a new relationship with First Nations, one that was respectful and based on traditional values. Here we have a practical application, and the government needs to pay attention and listen to the way that First Nations are coming forward and describing the future that they want for themselves and their communities. We can no longer have a model of government that describes energy in a way that is top-down, driven only by the oil interests. This has to be from the grassroots up, and the Morristown Band is leading the way. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We all know that tomorrow is the 65th anniversary of D-Day, and we've heard many eloquent words of gratitude and remembrance in this House. We all know that thousands of brave Canadians are serving in Afghanistan and elsewhere today, and we are all inspired by their incredible efforts. Mr. Speaker, their service and sacrifice allows us to securely celebrate Canada Day every July 1st. For this 142nd Canada Day, I and several dozen other Conservative members of Parliament are challenging our constituents to show their pride by launching our Proud to be a Canadian campaign. We have all sent out thousands of paper flags as part of our householders for the people of our ridings to display in their windows on July 1st to celebrate the rich heritage of our country and our flag. People can sign up by filling out and returning the reply section of the householder, which will allow us to keep track of how many people are showing their pride in Canada. Mr. Speaker, I know that Edmonton Centre will show that they are the most patriotic riding in Canada. But wherever we are across the land, let's all fly the maple leaf proudly on Canada Day and never forget who's given us the ability to do that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today to pay tribute to the Honourable David Humphrey, who died on May 17th. Justice Humphrey was a leading criminal lawyer in Toronto for nearly 40 years prior to his appointment to the bench. He defended accused persons from all walks of life during his career. He achieved great success and received acclaim as one of the great counsel of his day.
He was an impassioned defender of justice and always showed empathy for those caught up in the criminal justice system.
He often acted in serious cases pro bono. During his career in the 1950s and 1960s, David Humphrey often acted without fee, even in capital cases.
After his appointment to the judiciary, he quickly became known as someone willing to hand down a tough sentence when the circumstances merited it.
In the name, Mr. Speaker, Merciful Dave. Mr. Speaker, permit me to express the thanks of the Bar, the House, and all Canadians on the passing of this great Canadian.
The honourable member for Okanagan Shuswap.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to congratulate the Vernon Vipers who secured their place in Canadian Junior A hockey history with their 5th national title on May 10th with a 2-0 victory over the Humboldt Broncos of Saskatchewan. Bear Mountain Arena in Victoria was filled with energy as the 2 of the best Junior A hockey teams in Canada took to the ice. The Vernon Vipers secured their victory in the final game with goals scored by Braden Pym and Kyle Bigos, winning the Royal Cup. The Royal Bank Cup. The latest victory for the Vipers in addition to winning the Interior Championship Cup, the Fred Doyle Cup. On behalf of my constituents of Okanagan Shuswap, I applaud the Vipers, their management, coaches, and the entire staff for their hard work, which has led to another Vipers successful hockey season. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Mr. Speaker, today as part of World Environment Day, over 300 students from Vaudreuil-Soulanges are on Parliament Hill asking us to take concrete steps to protect the environment. These students were mobilised by Benoit Tousignan, a biking fanatic and a teacher at the Soulanges High School who travelled 40,000 kilometres across the world on bike. This journey took him to 84 countries and helped to raise awareness among young people on environmental problems, which we fight on a daily basis. These students who want us to support sustainable development wrote over 14,000 letters and will be submitting to the Prime Minister's office. On behalf of the students and the residents of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and my colleagues from the Bloc Québécois, I'd like to sincerely congratulate Benoit Tousignan for his efforts in inspiring us to commit to a greener planet. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Calgary East. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday, Meera Kumari was elected unanimously as the Speaker of the 15th Lok Sabha, the lower house in the Indian Parliament. Meera Kumari joins other female leaders of India, the likes of Indira Gandhi, current President Pratibha Patil, and business leaders like the CEO of the ICICI Bank, Chanda Kochar, all of whom inspire millions of women in South Asia. Ms. Kumari, of a Dalit background, has created another milestone as her appointment breaks through centuries of discrimination against the Dalits in India. Like all fights against social evils, the fight against barriers of women and Dalit is a work in progress. Mr. Speaker, I wish to officially congratulate Ms. Kumari for this outstanding achievement. Merci.
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Vanier. Mr. Speaker, on the 12th of May, Mr. Rodrigue Landriot, a great Franco-Ontarian, left at his age 71. He was a lawyer and ad hoc judge, and he was known for his valour, upright character, and know-how. Mr. Landriot was also very involved in his community, particularly in French education. He was a school counsellor for over 20 years and held several positions, including Vice President of the Canadian French Language Education Association for Ontario. His achievements earned him the Chantelecler Award in Education for the ACFO and the 125th anniversary of Canada Medal. Rodrigue Ligaud is a model citizen, a good father, engaged citizen, generous colleague, reliable collaborator, gentleman, and especially a proud Francophone. I'd salute and thank his wife and 5 children who agreed to share this great man with us. Thank you very much, Rodrigue.
For Peace River.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Liberal leader said Canada has become a laughingstock of the world. Shame. How dare he? How dare he come back to Canada after being away for 34 years, after calling himself an American, after accusing his fellow Canadians of living in a fantasy land, after calling our flag a pale imitation of a beer label. How dare he call Canada a laughingstock? The country with the best managed economy in the G7, that is weathering the global economic storm far better than others. The country that is rebuilding its military, defending its Arctic sovereignty, and asserting itself on the world stage. The country that has welcomed hundreds of thousands of new Canadians just last year, We are one of the most peaceful and prosperous nations the world has ever known. The Liberal leader should know Canada is no laughingstock. Canada is strong. Canada is proud. Canada.
Honourable time has expired. The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I recently attended the second annual Social Justice Fair organized by the Hamilton Wentworth District School Board. Students from as many as 22 Hamilton area schools are watching this live right now to see their concerns brought to Parliament. Here is their message. On any given night in Hamilton, 399 men, women and children stay in emergency shelters. There are at least 600 homeless or street-involved youth in Hamilton. Youth homelessness is a very serious issue, not only in Hamilton but in our country. There are things being done to help the homeless people in our city, but it is not enough to keep them off the streets. As a school board and as individuals, we find this inadequate. More things need to be done, but they are simply not happening. We need more transitional housing for youth and more mental health services. Fundraising is not enough because it only provides a Band-Aid solution. It is time for our government to take action. I agree with that statement, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate these Hamilton students for sending this important message to Parliament. Now, let's see it acted on.
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière Chute-la-Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the Devoir headline this morning summed it up perfectly. There's no way Quebec will be getting any more power. Quote, there will be no action following the recognition of the Quebec nation. This is what the Liberal leader said to the Devoir. The Liberals are true to their colours, and their true colours are coming through on this side of the House, and no one's surprised. The leader of the opposition incarnates the worst centralising tradition of the Liberal Party. Even though he does his best to woo us, he also dreams of putting us in our place. He told the Canadian press, quote, that if he were elected, he wouldn't budge an inch for Quebec, unquote. End of quote. Is Quebec really surprised to hear, once again, the doublespeak from the mouth of yet another Liberal leader? The Quebec Conservatives came to Ottawa to stop this Liberal hypocrisy. Jean Chrétien promised a clean government, and he gave us the sponsorship scandal. And Pierre-Éliott Trudeau gave us the War Measures Act. We do what we say we'll do, Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House. The Honourable Member for Laval. Mr. Speaker, we got confirmation yesterday that recognising the Quebec nation was only empty rhetoric for the Liberal leader. After having said that recognising the Quebec nation was, in his opinion, obvious and a fact, he's tried to strip away its meaning by categorically closing the door to any concrete gesture of recognition, such as the bill to enforce Bill 101 in Quebec for federally regulated businesses. He hasn't had the guts to say this in his speech, but the Liberal leader nevertheless decided to make at least some things clear. Quote, there's no way we're going to budge an inch in Quebec within the Federation or make any take any concrete action for the recognition of the Quebec nation. Now on this, the Liberal leader can rest assured that Quebec and the members of the Bloc Québécois will be standing in his way. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Willowdale.
Mr. Speaker, we have heard wonderful all-party tributes to the Canadians who landed on the beaches of Normandy 65 years ago on D-Day. I ask the House's indulgence for a personal tribute of my own. My father, Hugh Hall, was one of those Canadians, a 22-year-old lieutenant, member of the Signal Corps with the Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry Highlanders. He was the first Allied soldier in Caen, laying vital communications. He went on to help liberate Holland and was awarded the Military Cross. Unfortunately, he passed away a number of years ago, well before I, his daughter, even thought of entering politics. And although he might have wondered at my decision taking this path, I know he would be proud of me being here now. I am immensely proud to be here in this august chamber, able to participate in the tributes, and even more, being able to express my pride in him. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Peterborough.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, by virtue of his 34-year absence from Canada, the just visiting Liberal leader can't possibly be in touch with Canadians. He can't possibly know what they feel and what they need in their day-to-day lives. In fact,
Order. The honourable member for Peterborough knows he can't engage in personal attacks. I'd advise him to move on to something.
Did he shut my SO31 down? What's more? I'm sorry. Well, you know what, Mr. Speaker, as much as I feel it's my place to be able to speak in this House, I respect your authority. But I will say this, Mr. Speaker, the quintessential symbol of a nation is its flag. And this Liberal leader referred to our flag as a pale imitation of a beer label, Mr. Speaker. Canadians from coast to coast are proud of that flag. Canadians around the world serve with that flag on their shoulder. I'm proud of that symbol, Mr. Speaker. I'm proud of this nation that Canadians have built, and it's no pale imitation of a beer label. It's the symbol of a strong and proud nation, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The honourable member, oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, this morning we learned that 60,000 Ontarians lost their full-time jobs in May. That's more workers than the entire population of cities like North Bay, Welland, Caledon, Belleville, or Cornwall. Because of the inequalities in the system, many of these workers can't access employment insurance now when they need it. The safety net that they need is simply not there. When will the Conservatives fix the EI system to help Canadian families survive this economic crisis?
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, of course we were disappointed to see the labour force survey results this morning where so many people had lost their jobs. But, Mr. Speaker, one thing we can assure Canadians is that they are getting better response from the EI system. Over 75% of Canadians who lose their jobs today have easier access to EI. They have it for a longer period of time than they would have just last fall. But, Mr. Speaker, what the Liberals are proposing in conjunction with the opposition is a 45-day work week. The people who have lost their jobs are in the manufacturing sector. They've been paying into EI for years and years, and their proposal wouldn't help them one whit.
Honourable member for Kings Hants.
Speaker, that's cold comfort to the Canadian families who don't have any income support during these tough times. In 3 years, this Conservative government has overseen the greatest loss of manufacturing jobs in Canadian history. We are now at the lowest level of manufacturing jobs since 1976. The Conservatives' response? Nothing. Why have the Conservatives turned their back on Canadian manufacturing? Is it that they just don't care, or are they too incompetent to offer Canadians a real plan to protect and create Canadian manufacturing jobs?
Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Well, Mr. Speaker, perhaps the honourable member hasn't been reading the papers lately, but we've made significant investments in protecting manufacturing jobs through our investment in General Motors, through our assistance to the other manufacturers, auto manufacturing parts of the country. But, Mr. Speaker, what we are doing to help these people who are unfortunate enough to have lost their jobs is we're offering EI benefits of up to 2 years if they invest in their own training to help them get the jobs of the future. Mr. Speaker, that's helping those who are hardest hit by this downturn in the economy. The 45-day work week that the Liberals are proposing will not help anyone.
The honourable member for Kings Hants.
Mr. Speaker, how can Canadians who've just lost their jobs pay for their own training when they can't even pay for the groceries? The spring is here and construction sites across Canada should be busy. But building permits are down and 73,000 construction workers have lost their jobs since the January budget. The Conservatives' response? A bureaucratic, clogged-up infrastructure program that is failing to create or protect Canadian jobs. Canadian families cannot afford these delays. Why won't the Conservatives take the politics out of job creation? Why won't they transfer the funds directly to Canadian municipalities so that they can spend the money, invest in Canadian jobs, and build the kind of infrastructure Canadians need?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, our government is delivering a real plan of action that will stimulate economic growth, that will create jobs and support Canadian families. Most importantly, Mr. Speaker, we are doing it 10 times faster than any Liberal government ever did. We are cutting red tape that Liberals put in place. We've actually made it a one-page application, Mr. Speaker. We're working with our partners at the municipal level, at the provincial level, and at the territorial level. And, Mr. Speaker, we are taking action where the Liberals failed continuously.
The honourable member for Brassard-La Prairie. Mr. Speaker,
preparing the future of our country is not the strong suit of this government. It's harder and harder to find a summer job. And the number of full-time jobs for students has fallen. And the number of those even looking for jobs has dropped. It's clear that the Conservative government has failed them. Why has this government done nothing to help students join the labour force? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in our Economic Action Plan, we have more than $10 million more to help students find summer jobs.
Economic Action Plan recognize that it's a tougher time for students to get a job this year. That's why we invested another $10 million to create new jobs, to create more jobs, to help those students get a summer job where they can get funding to pay for their schooling and also experience that will help them broaden their careers.
The Honourable Member. Mr. Speaker, that's really not enough. It's serious enough that students are suffering from this government's inaction. But when there are over 400, there are all these bankruptcies, when they're up so much over last year, it's a problem. Stores are closing and jobs are being lost because businesses are trying to deal with a recession. Will the government recognize that it is unable to help Canadians through this recession? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources.
We've developed a plan. It's called an Economic Action Plan. We're creating jobs through significant investments in infrastructure right across this country, in large cities and in small. We're protecting jobs. Over 120,000 people are now still in their job, not facing layoff, because they're participating in our expanded work-sharing program. 120,000 jobs saved, Mr. Speaker, and we're providing unprecedented support for those who are unfortunate to lose their jobs by offering them training, by expanding the EI benefits by an additional 5 weeks, and offering them, those people, the chance to go back to school and get the skills they need for the jobs of the future.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, instead of blaming the Bloc Québécois for its very legitimate complaints about the government refusing loan guarantees, they should stop making statements which undermine the Canadian position at the Trade Tribunal in London. Will they make sure that loan guarantees, will they admit that they are completely compliant with the lumber agreement? Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt that this industry is going through a very difficult period, and this is why our government has struck the Quebec-Canada Committee, which is looking for ways to meet this crisis. The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, instead of waiting to act, and the government would do better to show clearly that loan guarantees are compliant with the soft lumber agreement. Does the government understand that the best way to counter the American government's contentions are to give loan guarantees? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I can assure you that the Government of Canada and the Government of Quebec are working together with the forestry industry to find a solution in the short, medium and long term to finally get out of this forestry crisis. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert. Mr. Speaker, the number of unemployed who are receiving benefits is ridiculous. So the present EI system has not been corrected. How can the government turn a deaf ear to cries for reform of the EI system when only 40% of those unemployed get benefits? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, the fact is that more than 80% of people who have paid into EI get benefits. That's a fact, Mr. Speaker. Further, we're trying to help people who've lost their jobs, and we've added 5 extra weeks that they could receive benefits. But the Bloc, as usual, voted against the unemployed. It's shameful. The Honourable Member for Saint-Lambert, we know what needs to be done. They simply lack the will to do it. Why not bring in the 360-hour criterion? This would help the unemployed. This would be beneficial not only for the unemployed, but for the economy. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, before tabling our economic action plan, we consulted Canadians countrywide. And what they wanted were extra weeks during which they could receive benefits. The Bloc has offered 2 weeks more, but we have offered 5 weeks more. They voted against it. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, new day, new record of economic mediocrity on the part of the Conservative government. After a new drop in GDP and a new trade deficit, and a record worse than Brian Mulroney's, and that's quite something. We have the highest rate of unemployment in a decade. Thousands of jobs have disappeared since they've been there. Does the government realize that its economic plan is a sad failure? The Honourable Minister of Human Resources. Mr. Speaker, we have an economic action plan to help the unemployed. Now we are protecting more than 120,000 jobs. And Mr. Speaker, we have a plan to invest in infrastructure to create jobs. And this is very important, Mr. Speaker. The NDP voted against all these initiatives which would help people in Canada. The Honourable Member for Outremont. Mr. Speaker, what we are against is the harmful policies of this government that's led to thousands of jobs lost. This government is incompetent.
Package is not flowing. The senior civil service refusing to play their partisan tune. In fact, big city mayors have said today that they haven't seen a single dime. Their shovels are ready to dig, but you can't dig deep when the only tool this government is sending them are press releases. Is the government going to get the money flowing and work with Parliament, or are they going to miss the construction season again?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, that's ironic coming from the NDP, who voted against our budget and tried everything they could to stop it. But we actually doubled the gas tax fund, Mr. Speaker, and we accelerated the spending 3 months. The money is already flowing. Get with the picture.
The Honourable Member for Outremont.
You can't really have trust this government. The Conservatives announce investments which never materialize. They lose the Royal Mint's money. They lose Crown assets, and all these problems with Kader and Abdel Rezik, but they continue to flout both the law and the courts. And then they have a minister losing documents, and they blame the staffer. Well, is it any worse to leave documents at a television station or at your girlfriend's? This government is incompetent. The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Appropriate and corrective measures have been taken on that. The person responsible for handling those documents has offered their resignation and has been accepted. I know the Honourable Member likes to yell at people. Why doesn't he talk some sense into his colleagues there and get that drug bill, the bill that cracks down on people who bring drugs into this country, use some of that energy and get that bill passed?
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Mr. Speaker, AECL officials have confirmed that Chalk River may not be back online within 3 months. The shutdown remains indefinite. The Minister falsely claims that shortfalls can be met by the Dutch and Australian reactors. Can the Minister explain precisely how these 2 reactors will make up for Canadian shortages? What guarantees has the government received that Canadians will get access to these isotopes, given we're going to be competing against Japan, Mexico, Brazil, Argentina, and in particular the United States, where the prices paid for isotopes are the highest in the world?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Well, Mr. Speaker, rather than trying to score political points on this issue, the member perhaps should have been at the Natural Resources Committee yesterday, where we heard about these very issues. And in fact, if he'd been a question period yesterday, he also know that the minister had said that we are working with our partners. In the Netherlands, Petten reactor is going to be upping their production by 50%. The Australians are coming online with their reactor much quicker than anticipated. The minister is working with the international partners to deal with this situation.
Honourable Member for Ottawa South.
Nice try, Mr. Speaker. Here are the real facts. The Dutch Petten reactor has a radioactive leak. It'll shut down for a month on July 18th. It's going to be shut down for a further 6 months this January, and its license to operate expires in March. The Australian Opal reactor was built strictly for its own market. Its processing plant is not yet commissioned. That'll take 6 to 12 months. Currently, Australia does not supply medical isotopes to anyone. Anyone. It imports 100% of its domestic supply. When will the minister level with Canadians, start treating this crisis with the honesty and the urgency it deserves?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
She's one to be talking about honesty. She's been trying to deal with the issue instead of fear-mongering and trying to scare Canadians. We know, in fact, the Petten reactor in the Netherlands is going to increase production by 50%. South Africa has increased their supply as well. These commitments are similar to the commitment we made to other countries when they were having problems. We're working internationally with people to deal with this situation.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
Mr. Speaker, sadly, the Minister of Health has failed Canadians. Her message to the provinces, you're on your own, figure out how to get along without isotopes. The provinces are scrambling to extend hours for testing, expensive alternatives, transferring patients, the clinical use of research scanners, and now dealing with the skyrocketing isotope prices. Will the Minister of Health commit today to reimburse the provinces and territories for every single dollar incurred because of this government's incompetence?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
To thank the member for her question, Mr. Speaker. While Health Canada does not regulate the price of pharmaceutical products, including isotopes, we continue to work with the provinces and territories on addressing the shortage. As a matter of fact, we're taking action now. We're ensuring that the testing is available for Canadians by quickly approving alternatives. To date, we've approved 2 clinical trials and 8 special access program requests. The clinical trials were approved in a record 3 days, Mr. Speaker, and we're approving special access program requests in just 24 hours. We're helping the provinces and territories triage and manage their supply through an expert guidance document. We're taking action, Mr. Speaker, and I would appreciate the members.
The Honourable Member for St. Paul's.
The honourable member knows that will not get any isotopes within this year. The crisis is right now, and the Minister of Health has done nothing to prevent it or to fix it or to reassure the patients needing these life-saving tests because of this that are being cancelled because of this government's incompetence. Saskatoon is getting 1/18th of its usual weekly allotment. Peterborough is operating on 10% capacity. Kingston, Mr. Speaker, has been forced to operate with 25% of its normal supply. This government had 18 months to develop a made-in-Canada plan. Why do they continue to abdicate the federal responsibility in health of Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. As a physician, the member should know that about 75% of the actual testing can be provided with alternatives, and other isotopes are available now. They can help the provinces manage their supplies, such as thallium or iodine-123 and gallium. Mr. Speaker, it's very important that we work together with everyone involved. This is an international issue, and we have been. We've been engaging our provincial territorial counterparts, the U.S. Secretary of Health, as well as the medical community and experts in the field. My colleague, the Minister of Natural Resources, has been working closely with isotope-producing countries. Mr. Speaker, we're taking action now, and we'd appreciate the members' support in that. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Gatineau. While the federal government is giving all kinds of money to Ottawa, on the other side of the river, they're getting nothing. Liberals and Conservatives never give Gatineau its fair share. The Conservatives were not able to respond to what Gatineau needs. They haven't respected their commitments. why can't investments be equal on both sides of the Ottawa River? The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Well, I heard the comments this morning, as did my colleague, and I'm rather perplexed because my colleague, the member for Hull-Aylmer, while he was in power, also tried to make sure that we would have a walkway through the Gatineau Park. There was another initiative undertaken. And then there was the file of the sports complex. We announced the rebuilding of the Congress Centre in Gatineau. So wake up and look at what we're doing. The Honourable Member for Gatineau. It's been 23 years that we've been waiting for a Museum of Science and Technology in Gatineau, 13 years that we've been waiting for a library in Gatineau, and there is no research centre in Gatineau, although there are 27 in Ottawa. So these are lovely promises, but nothing delivered. Conservatives, Liberals, same lack of action, same lack of concrete action to respect Gatineau. The Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, they've just opened 10 new stores. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Human Resources said that the government had agreed with the government of Quebec on GST harmonization, but it's an open secret that Quebec is not at all satisfied with the compensation it would get with harmonizing its tax with the federal tax. Why are they saying that there will have to be a court case? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for the adjectives she used. We're now discussing harmonization. We'll be beginning them, and we will be discussing this with the Government of Quebec. The Minister of Finance of Canada will work with his Quebec counterpart, and they will do this without the Bloc Québécois. The Honourable Member for Beauharnois-Salaberry. Mr. Speaker, things are running so smoothly between Quebec and the federal government that there are $8.8 million that are at play, that are the subject of litigation. And what about equalization with respect to secondary schooling and the help that was given during the ice storm? Mr. Speaker, I'd like to make one thing clear. Our government is trying to make this federation work. We're practicing a policy of openness, and we've always said that we would act in good faith on this file. The Premier of Quebec said to the National Assembly that this wouldn't be discussed publicly. So we'll be following the will of the Premier of Quebec in the best interests of the Quebec nation.
Mr. Speaker, this government is turning its back on Canadian women. The lack of a national EI standard disproportionately affects women. Women are more likely to work low-wage, part-time jobs and are in and out of the workforce as the primary caregiver for their loved ones. For them, the standards are impossible to reach. What is the Conservatives' answer? Just wait until thousands more people lose their jobs. Then maybe you might qualify. When will the government finally introduce a national standard for EI to help these women and their families, Mr. Speaker?
Hear, hear. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, we're very concerned when anyone loses their jobs, male or female, but I should point out to the Honourable Member that, in fact, this recession has had less of an impact on women than it has on men. By and large, the majority of the jobs that are being lost are in the manufacturing sector, heavy equipment manufacturing, where the majority of the people who've been laid off are male. Mr. Speaker, we are working. This is a gender-neutral system, but we're there to support any worker who gets laid off from their job. We're there with extended benefits. We're there with work-sharing programs. We're there with expanded training so that they can have the jobs of the future to look after their families.
Honourable member for Beaches East York.
The minister should talk to women in this country. The list of premiers and mayors in support of a national standard, Mr. Speaker, continues to grow. Premiers Campbell, Wall, Stelmach, McGuinty, and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities have all called for a national standard. This is about fairness across the country. Areas that have had high employment like Western Canada and the Greater Toronto Area are now being hit the hardest. When will the Conservatives stop ignoring the calls of millions of Canadians, the premiers and the mayors? Show some compassion and make EI eligibility the same in every region of this country.
The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
Mr. Speaker, what we are doing is we're making it easier for more Canadians who lose their job to get more benefits sooner and for longer. Mr. Speaker, over 75% of Canadians now have easier access and to longer EI benefits than they did just last fall. But, Mr. Speaker, what we won't do is bring in a 45-day work year like the Liberal leader has been proposing, an idea he stole from the NDP, because that will not create jobs, that will not put people back to work, that, Mr. Speaker, will not help all those manufacturing people who have lost their jobs after paying the EI for years. They're upset by that idea.
The Honourable Member for Scarborough South West.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday the federal court ordered the Canadian government to send Mr. Abdul Razak home from the Canadian Embassy in Sudan. My honourable colleague from Toronto Centre asked if the government would comply with this decision. The Minister of Justice's answer was that the decision was too long to read in only a matter of hours. With presumably enough time having passed to read the decision, can the government now tell us if they will finally do the right thing and bring Mr. Abdul Razak home?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Speaker, this has been a very extensive ruling, and of course we will take the proper time to review it, Mr. Speaker, and reach a decision in due course.
Honourable Member for Scarborough South West.
Mr. Speaker, the court decision states clearly that the Conservative case against Mr. Abdul Razak was, quote, nonsensical. Justice Zinn has ordered that the Conservatives take immediate action so that Mr. Abdul Razak is returned to Canada. What is it about this decision that the Conservatives do not understand? Why do they continue to ignore the courts and the fate of a Canadian citizen who simply wants to come home?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
In fact, we pay very close attention to what the courts do. This is why we are reviewing this extensive decision very, very carefully, Mr. Speaker, and we will make a decision in due course.
The Honourable Member for Oak Ridges Markham.
Mr. Speaker, according to a report, Tax Freedom Day falls on June the 6th this year. Tax Freedom Day, Mr. Speaker, as you know, is the day that Canadians are free of their tax burden and can begin working for themselves and their families. Now, Mr. Speaker, unlike the opposition, I've actually read our government's budget, so I do know that we've cut taxes in every form that the government collects them. I wonder if the Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance can comment on the date that tax freedom falls on this year, because I understand, Mr. Speaker, that it is 20 days earlier than under the previous Liberal government, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my honourable colleague from Oak Ridges Markham for that excellent question. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, we have cut taxes. We've cut an average Canadian family's taxes by over $3,000 since we came to office. We cut over 100 taxes since coming to office. We've reduced the overall tax burden to its lowest level in nearly 50 years. We've removed 1 million Canadians entirely from the tax roll, Mr. Speaker. We've helped them get prepared for this economic recession. We've moved Tax Freedom Day forward nearly 20 days since the Liberal government.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, the government's refusal to repatriate Mr. Abdul Razak is a violation of the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. According to the RCMP, CSIS, and now the federal court, he has no ties to terrorism. Even if the government decides to waste public money by appealing the decision, They have to do what's necessary to repatriate Mr. Abdulrazak as soon as possible. Have they started? To the Minister of Foreign Affairs, have they begun to prepare the documents in order to ensure his repatriation as soon as possible? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Doing, Mr. Speaker, because this is a very extensive ruling. We're looking at it very, very carefully, Mr. Speaker. We're reviewing all aspects of the decision, and we will make a decision in due course.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Mr. Speaker, there's a very specific provision in this order, and quite an unusual one, but a reflection of how badly bungled this file has been by this government. And it requires that Mr. Abdulrazak is back before the federal court by the first week of July. That's not a long time to get the arrangements made. Have they begun to do the work on it, even if they are going to appeal?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I can tell you what we are doing, Mr. Speaker, and we're very, very carefully considering this decision that was just handed down yesterday. And, Mr. Speaker, because of the respect that we have for all decisions of the courts in this country, we'll review that decision very, very carefully and make a decision in due course.
The Honourable Member for Marc Aurel Fortin. Mr. Speaker, this is the third time this year that the government has been called to order by the courts, which is ordering the repatriation of Canadian citizens. Yesterday, in a ruling, the government was told what was happening. Section 6 ensures protection for Canadian citizens who must be able to come and go freely from Canada. Mr. Abdulrazak, like the others, once the government will have studied the decision, does the government intend to not appeal the decision and ensure he returns back here to Canada as soon as possible? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, the Honourable Member says once we have reviewed the decision. He asks what we're going to do. Well, we will make up our mind, Mr. Speaker, when we've had an opportunity to review this decision. The decision was handed down yesterday, Mr. Speaker. We will consider it very, very carefully before we act.
The Honourable Member for Marc Aurel Fortin. It's true that when a government is as stubborn as the Conservative government is, it does have to say things more than once to remind the government of its constitutional commitments. There is Ronald Smith, who's been sentenced to death. There is Omar Khadr. Is the government going to accept its engagements, commitments to its citizens, and ensure its international commitments under the treaties it has signed? Honourable Minister of Justice.
To all the commitments, Mr. Speaker, that we are obligated to do, Mr. Speaker. Now, he says he had to ask more than once. I said, I've asked more than once to get some support from the Bloc and getting tough on crime in this country here, and it's not good enough for them to do it just during elections, Mr. Speaker. I need help between elections, and that's something I never get from the Bloc.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. There's a major problem in the eastern Canadian lobster fishery. The spring lobster season is more than half over, and there's great concern in the industry surrounding the possibility of a publicly funded rationalization plan. Can the government assure this House today that there will be a plan put in place to remove a number of licenses in the area where the catches are low and help remove the pressure on the stocks?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, we are committed to working with the Atlantic provinces, Quebec, and harvester and processor associations to address this issue and others, in part through the creation of a new lobster council. We're committed to the long-term success of the lobster industry. That's why we invested $10 million last month in a marketing initiative, and we will assist industry through Canada's Economic Action Plan. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Cardigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In a number of areas in eastern Canada, the men and women involved in the fishery have a major problem, and that is survival. The prices are low, and the ministers are well aware that the EI benefits are based on landings. Will the minister support the proposal provided to her by the PEI Fishermen's Association that will allow the fishers to use their 2008 landings in order to qualify for EI insurance? If not, these people will have nothing.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the minister has been involved in extensive discussions We're committed to making the industry viable, and all I can say is we're doing everything we can to make people's life easy, as in total contradiction to the Liberals who are trying to kill jobs through things like their contradiction on the seal hunt, and no sanctions for a Liberal senator who's running around trying to kill the industry.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Royal Canadian Mint has misplaced millions of dollars in gold. Naturally, senior staff bonuses have been suspended until the missing millions are found. Over at CPP, they lost $24 billion of taxpayer pensions, but the bonuses are flowing like water. A $7 million reward for failure. Why is it that one Crown agency gets it when it comes to Canadians' money and the other doesn't?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question. We do take this issue very, very seriously, and indeed the Minister of State has already spoken to the CEO of the Canadian Mint. And, Mr. Speaker, we want to assure all Canadians that an external audit is being done, and once that's done, we will make the findings and the result of that public.
Honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, Mr. Speaker, we have one minister, two agencies, two policies, and a lot of lost millions. Canadians do not want to see bonuses paid to managers who lose their money. Will the minister apply one rule to all his agencies and tell the CPP not to pay bonuses where they aren't earned and they aren't deserved?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. In fact, the Minister has done that. He has written a letter to the directors on the Canada Pension Plan Investment Board suggesting that they heed a G20 agreement that all G20 leaders signed on to, and that's to do with remuneration to the managers and to those that are involved with taxpayers' dollars, with money that they are held responsible for, Mr. Speaker. The Minister is out in front of this issue and is showing leadership as he has in the entire economy.
The Honourable member,
The Honourable Member for Ottawa-Orleans. The government is taking serious action to accelerate infrastructure spending and to get shovels in the ground as soon as possible.
Could the Minister of Justice please tell the House about the significant investments the Government of Canada has made in Ontario just this morning?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Well, I want to thank the member for Ottawa-Orleans for an excellent question, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, our government is working 10 times faster than any other in a modern era. In just the last couple of months, we have doubled the gas tax from $1 billion to $2 billion, accelerated the first payment from July to April, cut red tape, and simplified the application process. We're continuing to work constructively with our partners, and just this morning, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Transport Minister was joined by his provincial counterpart to announce that the City of Ottawa will receive more than $250 million in joint funding for over 90 projects. By working with the provinces, we're getting the job done. That's what Canadians expect.
The
Honourable Member for Lac Saint Louis. Order.
The Laurentian Pilotage Authority is vital to maintaining the environmental safety of commercial navigation in the Great Lakes St. Lawrence ecosystem. The current chairman, Michel Beauregard, has done an exemplary job. He wiped out a $10.2 million deficit and created a surplus. Shipping delays have been reduced, service improved. Cooperation between stakeholders, ship owners, pilots, and agents has never been better. So why will the government not be reappointing Mr. Beauregard? Is this how Conservatives reward merit and reinforce accountability?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I'm more than happy to get back to him in relation to specifics on that issue. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. This is an issue that the government will deal with and will deal with in the best interest of Canadians.
The
Honourable Member for Verchères-les Patriotes. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Natural Resources said the situation was very serious with regard to the secret documents that were left in a TV station, even to the point where she wanted to resign, and yet she forces her assistant to resign, and she bears the burden for the entire affair. How is it the Prime Minister has not considered this event as serious enough to accept her resignation. But is this not just a full demonstration of an incompetent, inconsistent government? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
I don't know where the honourable member has been for the last couple of days, but the government has treated this as a very serious matter, and that's why appropriate corrective action has been taken, Mr. Speaker. Unless in case he missed it, I'll repeat it again, the person responsible for handling these documents offered their resignation, and it was accepted.
The honourable member for Vancouver East.
Mr. Speaker, the BC has been hit hard by this economic recession, and the Conservatives claim to understand how important it is to stimulate and support the local economy and tourism. Why then, in this economic downturn, is the federal government derailing a $30 million opportunity for a second Amtrak run from Seattle to Vancouver by charging unprecedented inspection fees? So I ask the Minister, will he support the local economy and expanded rail service to Vancouver and immediately withdraw the demand for CBSA inspection fees?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the member for the question. I can assure that member that this Conservative government is doing everything in its powers to get infrastructure money flowing quickly and to get it where it counts, Mr. Speaker. In fact, $29 billion will be pumped into the Canadian economy this very year to keep the economy going. It's an incredible move, Mr. Speaker, and we're getting it done 10 times faster than any Liberal government ever did. And in fact, Mr. Speaker, I would also like to point out that Tax Freedom Day is actually 19 days earlier for those Canadians that are paying taxes. It's great news for Canadians all the way around.
The honourable member for Sarnia-Lambton.
Mr. Speaker, this weekend will mark 65 years since D-Day, a pivotal moment in the course of the Second World War. Thousands of Canadians served our country bravely on the shores of Normandy. Many paid the ultimate sacrifice in the pursuit of freedom. Could the Parliamentary Secretary please tell the House what the government is doing to mark this historic military anniversary and honour those who served there?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the veterans of D-Day and the Battle of Normandy will tell you that they were ordinary Canadians serving their country because it was the right thing to do. But, Mr. Speaker, we know very well that those Canadians, like Lieutenant Hall, accomplished extraordinary things. D-Day was a pivotal moment in history for Canada and for the world. To express the gratitude of all Canadians towards those who served in D-Day and the Battle of Normandy, the Right Honourable Prime Minister of Canada and the Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs will join leaders from around the world on the beaches of Normandy tomorrow to remember and pay respect to the lives lost there 65 years ago. Mr. Speaker, we must never forget the sacrifice of those who served our country and those who serve today, lest we forget.
The honourable member for the honourable member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, the Federation of Canadian Municipalities recently stressed the importance of having a national strategy and a strong partnership with the different levels of government in order to resolve and ensure we have the best public transit systems possible. The Minister of Transit is ensuring micromanagement by regulating various transit systems like Ottawa-Gatineau or Windsor. Why is the Minister not listening to the experts of the networks in question? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And apparently the member wasn't listening. Just recently I mentioned that we're pumping in $29 billion into the economy this year in relation to transportation initiatives, exactly like the member has suggested. In fact, Mr. Speaker, right now the Committee for Transport, Infrastructure and Communities is studying high-speed rail, light rail in cities. We're trying to get to the bottom of what the Liberals left undone for many, many years, Mr. Speaker. We're not only funding projects, but we're working with municipalities, with provinces, and with the territories to get the money out as quickly as possible. Mr. Speaker, we are getting the job done.
The honourable member for Argenteuil-Papineau-Mirabel. Mr. Speaker, the greatest aerospace park has lost its control tower, and other airports have their control tower. Mirabel no longer has its control tower. How can the Minister of Transport justify the fact that this decision has not been changed and put pressure on NAV Canada starting this afternoon in order to ensure that the Mirabel Airport gets back its control tower? Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the question from my friend across the way. In fact, Mr. Speaker, the safety and security of air travel in Canada is the #1 priority of this government. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Canada's Transport Minister is aware of this particular situation at the Mirabel Airport and has directed department officials to look into the situation more carefully. But, Mr. Speaker, if a user group has concerns over changes in service, we are happy to meet with them and further review the service. But, Mr. Speaker, let's be clear. The safety of Canadians is our #1 priority, and we will not compromise that.
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. MTS Allstream is an important and essential asset to the Manitoba economy. Right now, it is appealing a decision by the CRTC that unfairly limits its ability to compete vis-à-vis Ethernet services in areas currently dominated by the large national networks. Mr. Speaker, my question is to the Minister of Industry. What is this government doing to ensure that MTS Allstream and other similar enterprises are treated fairly by the CRTC and not pushed aside in favour of giants like Bell and TELUS?
The Honourable Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my joy and pleasure to rise in the House and answer this question. I can tell the Honourable Member, of course, he would be the first to complain if we interfered in the decision-making process of the CRTC, so we will not be doing that. But on a broader perspective, I want to assure the Honourable Member in this chamber that we are, and I personally am heavily engaged in the whole strategy of the new digital economy. The fact of the matter is, if we are going to move ahead as a nation, we need to be the best place in the world in which where we can use the digital side of our economy for our advantage as Canadians, and that includes the processes by which one deals with Ethernet and other issues, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 3 petitions.
Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Excuse me. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, it's my pleasure to table in both official languages a report on the export of military material from Canada for 2006. Also, Mr. Speaker, with the permission of the House and under the standing orders, I'd like to table in both official languages 3 treaties entitled Exchange of Notes, amending the agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States for the creation of a binational organisation for exchange in education in Ottawa, 8th of May and 2009, the exchange of notes between the Government of Canada and the Government of the United States with respect to Annex 4 of the 1985 Treaty on Pacific Salmon, Washington 2008, and finally the agreement between the Government of Canada and the Government of the Bahamas concerning the sharing of assets. 12th of March 2009. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant du gouvernement.
Introduction of government bills.
Déclaration de ministre.
Statements by ministers.
There is a bill?
No.
Okay. Reports from interparliamentary committees. The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics. Madam Speaker, in accordance with its order of reference of Thursday, May 14th, your committee has considered Vote 40A under Justice in the Supplementary Estimates A for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2010, and reports the same without amendment.
Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills. Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Christofferson, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled an act respecting a Canada-Portugal Day. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Trinity-Spadina.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to move, second by a member from Hamilton Centre, an act to establish Canada-Portugal Day. Every year on June 10th in Canada and throughout the world, persons of Portuguese origin, and some of us that are not, even remember their cultural roots by celebrating the life of Luís Camões, the author of Os Lusíadas, the epic poem about the history of Portugal prior to 1500. June 10th should be known as Canada-Portugal Day in recognition of the history of the Portuguese-Canadian community and celebrate its immense and significant contribution to Canada.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Christopherson, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Présentation.
Presenting petitions.
L'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Madam Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36 and as certified by the Clerk of Petitions, I'm pleased to present yet another petition concerning public safety officers who lose their lives in the line of duty. Madam Speaker, as you know, the firefighters had visited Parliament recently, and I've received this petition now, which likes to draw to the attention of the House that police officers and firefighters are required to place their lives at risk in the execution of their duties on a daily basis, and that the employment benefits of these public safety officers often provide insufficient compensation to the families of those who are killed while on the line of duty. And also, Madam Speaker, that the public also mourns that loss of public safety officers killed in the line of duty and wish to support in a tangible way the surviving members at their time of need. Therefore, the petitioners call upon Parliament to establish a fund known as the Public Safety Officers Compensation Fund for the benefit of families of public safety officers who are killed in the line of duty.
The Honourable Minister on a point of order.
Madam Speaker, there may have been an oversight. Could I get consent of the House to revert to introduction of government bills?
Does the Minister have unanimous consent of the House?
Yes. Yes.
There's no unanimous consent. Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Langley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have three petitions to present. It's an honor to present these from constituents of beautiful Langley, British Columbia. The first one says that a parent or caregiver of a child who has a life-threatening or serious injury like cancer must take full-time when the child falls ill and undergoes treatment. They are asking that legislation, call on the House of Commons to enact legislation to provide additional medical EI benefits at least equal to the maternity EI benefits to take care of those children. The second, Madam Speaker, says that the long gun registry was originally budgeted to cost Canadians $2 million, but the price tag has spiraled out of control to an estimated $2 billion a year. The registry has not saved one life since it was introduced, and they call upon the House of Commons to support and pass legislation which will cancel the Canadian Long Gun Registry. And the last petition, Madam Speaker, is regarding identity theft. It says identity theft is a serious criminal activity that is becoming increasingly lucrative, and Canadians need to be protected. They're calling on the House of Commons to support and pass the government legislation, which will create 3 new offences, those being obtaining or possessing identity information with the intent to use it to commit certain crimes, 2, trafficking in certain information with knowledge of or recklessness as it is intended to use in the commission of certain crimes, and 3, unlawfully possessing and trafficking in government-issued identity documents. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Présentation de pétition, l'honorable.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Vaudreuil-Soulanges. Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my honour to table a petition calling on the Government of Canada to take a clear position with respect to the environment and to enact a tougher legislation. In addition, there are over 14,000 letters that will be submitted to the Prime Minister. These young people have stressed the importance of upholding international obligations and treaties with respect to the climate and climate change. I'd like to salute the initiatives of the young people from the riding of Vaudreuil-Soulanges and everywhere in Canada, and I'd encourage them to pursue this noble mission.
For Scarborough Rouge River.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a petition from over 100 residents of the area I represent in Scarborough who bring the attention of the House to the plight of many thousands of Sri Lankan displaced persons in camps in northern Sri Lanka following the civil war there. And it urges, and many of those displaced persons are now contained in camps surrounded by military and barbed wire, and it urges the Government of Canada to bring every diplomatic means to bear to assure that aid is delivered to these people and they are assured appropriate human rights.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the following questions will be answered today, Q138 and Q142. Furthermore, Madam Speaker, if questions number Q132, Q141, Q143, and Q148 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
Okay. Is it the pleasure of the House that questions number Q132, 141, 143, and Q148 be made in order for return and that it be tabled immediately? Agreed and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you once again, Madam Speaker. Finally, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
Agreed. So ordered. Applications for emergency debate. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, comments. Resuming debate at third reading stage on Bill C-15, the next to amend the Controlled Drugs Act and Substances Act and to make related and consequential amendments to other acts.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina has 2 minutes left. Questions? Apologies, I didn't read the rest of the comments. Questions and statements? Is the House ready for the question? Resuming debate. Is the House ready for the question? The question is as follows. Mr. Murphy, seconded by Mr. McCauley, moves that this question be now put. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour, please say yea. All those who oppose this motion, please say nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 45, the division stands deferred until Monday, June the 8th, 2009, at the ordinary hour of daily adjournment. Orders of the day.
Government orders, government bills, commons. Consideration at report stage of Bill C-25, Truth in Sentencing Act.
Okay. There being no motions at report stage, the House will now proceed without debate to the putting of the question on the motion to concur in the bill at report stage. Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that Bill C-25, an act to amend the criminal code limiting credit for time spent in pre-sentencing custody, be concurred in at report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Is it the pleasure, I will repeat the question, I believe I heard some nays. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Okay. I declare the motion carried on division. Oh, on division, okay. When shall the bill be read a third time? Mr. Nicholson, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, propose que le projet de loi
moves that Bill C-25, an act to amend the Criminal Code, limiting credit for time spent in pre-sentencing custody, but be read a third time and adopted.
The member for Leeds Grendel. Yes.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with great pleasure that I rise today.
Point of order, the Honourable Minister.
Madam Speaker, earlier, just after question period, at the time of the introduction of government bills, I indicated to the chair and made it known that I was introducing a government bill. I mean, there may have been an oversight, and I appreciate that these things happen, but I would ask you to consider the situation, and I would make the case that it wouldn't be necessary for unanimous consent because I believe it was just an oversight at the time during routine proceedings, and so I would ask that you have a look at that and make a decision on that. Thank you.
It is my understanding, following the Honourable Minister's comments from speaking to the table officers, that there was an error at the table and as such would not require unanimous consent. On a point of order, the Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Yeah. Madam Speaker, I do understand that there, in fact, was some flurry of activity over there where the government members said, no, there is no bill, and there was no response to standing up when that item was called. Madam Speaker, I don't personally have a problem, but we do have procedures here. And when we move down the list under the routine proceedings, Madam Speaker, our convention has always been, Madam Speaker, to ask for consent of the House to revert so that a matter that came up subsequently could be dealt with. I'm just raising it from a standpoint of the practice and procedure of the House, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Minister.
Order. I would ask the member to reconsider what I think he just suggested, is that he said that government members said there was not a bill. No. We were saying all the time. Fair enough. I wasn't part of any argument, and I did indicate to the chair that I expected the bill to be introduced. So that was the only point I was making.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order.
It's not his situation.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, just to maintain the order in the House here.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. As my honourable colleague from Mississauga South obviously knows, having been a member of this place for many, many years, one cannot challenge the ruling of the chair. And in effect, that's what he was trying to do in trying to dissuade you from allowing this bill to be introduced. Madam Speaker, I would merely point out you have made a ruling. I believe it is the correct ruling, and I would encourage you to proceed in that manner.
Yes. On a point of order, on the same point of order.
Order. Madam Speaker, would you please explain again what happened as far as the table is concerned so that we can clearly understand if this was a misunderstanding on the part of the table or if it was a misunderstanding or something else on the part of the government. Please.
Thank you for all the member submissions on this issue, and it was clearly a question of an oversight by the table. The bill was there, it was just not at the table. So we will continue and allow the reversion. So reversion back to introduction of government bills as follows. Mr. Nicholson, appuyé par Monsieur O'Connor.
Seconded by Mr. O'Connor. Asked for leave to table a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code. This is deemed adopted.
That the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall this bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Okay, returning to the honourable member for Leeds-Grenville.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Let's give this another try. It is with great pleasure that I rise today to speak at third reading to Bill C-25, a proposal to restrict the amount of credit awarded for time an accused person spends in pre-sentencing custody. The proposed legislation is part of our government's commitment to tackle crime and make our streets safer. It is similar to a proposal I made in my private member's bill C-393, referred to as the Knife Bill, which passed second reading in the 39th Parliament. That bill was introduced because of the senseless slaying of Andy Moffat from Brockville. Bill C-25 will provide the courts with guidance in sentencing by limiting the amount of credit that the courts may grant to convicted criminals for the time they served in custody prior to their sentencing. Courts have traditionally granted 2-to-1 credit for pre-sentencing custody to account for certain factors such as overcrowding in remand centers, lack of rehabilitative programs commonly available in sentence custody, and the fact that the time spent in remand does not count towards parole eligibility. In some cases, the credit awarded has been as high as 3-to-1, especially where the conditions of detention were very poor, for example, because of extreme overcrowding. Enhanced credit has contributed to the growing size of the remand population, which are those accused in custody awaiting trial and sentencing across the country, which is now greater than the population found in sentence custody in Canada's provincial and territorial jails. Across Canada, court cases are becoming more complex and therefore longer. Many criminal cases now involve 10 to 20 court appearances, which translates into longer stays in remand. For example, in 1994-1995, 34% of those in remand were being held for more than 1 week. 10 years later, in 2004-2005, those held for more than 1 week had grown to almost 45%. The result is that offenders spend less time in sentence custody because they spend too long in remand. All this adds up to the increase in the remand population compared to the sentence population of convicted criminals. This explains why provincial attorneys general and correctional ministers encouraged the Minister of Justice at their September 2008 meeting to limit credit for pre-sentence custody as a way to help reduce the growing size of their remand population. Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, the practice of awarding double or even triple credit for pre-sentencing custody puts the administration of justice into disrepute. It creates the impression that offenders are getting more lenient sentences than they deserve. Canadians have told us loud and clear they would like to see more truth in sentencing by bringing the practice of giving double time credit for pretrial custody to an end. Madam Speaker, this is exactly what Bill C-25 does. It proposes a general rule of limiting credit for pre-sentencing custody to 1-to-1 in all cases. However, it gives courts the discretion to grant up to 1.5 days for every day spent in pre-sentencing custody where it is warranted. Those circumstances are not defined in the bill, but we would expect that severe overcrowding, for example, would be such a circumstance. Where accused are remanded for having violated bail or because of their criminal record, the credit must be limited to 1 day for every day spent in pre-sentencing custody in all cases. Madam Speaker, these are factors the courts have recognized as warranting less than 2-to-1 credit for pre-sentencing custody. This government will not allow extra credit for repeat offenders and for those who have violated their bail conditions. Another problem with the current practice of awarding credit for pre-sentencing custody is that only the resulting term of post-sentencing custody is reported and no statement of the consideration of pre-sentencing custody is communicated in the reasons for sentencing. Madam Speaker, this is another problem that Bill C-25 proposes to address by requiring courts to note on the record the sentence that would have been imposed without credit, the amount of credit awarded, as well as the sentence imposed. It would also be required to record that the accused has been remanded because of their criminal record or because they have violated bail. These requirements will meet several objectives, including more clarity in how the length of a custodial sentence is determined, and I believe that it will result in greater certainty and consistency and will improve public confidence in the administration of justice.
Here, here.
As a result of this initiative, more offenders would now have a federal sentence, 2 years or more, and an increased number of federal offenders would be spending longer time in federal custody. From a rehabilitation perspective, this time in the federal system may present the opportunity for longer-term programming that may have a positive impact on the offender. I appreciate the support of our provincial and territorial partners for this legislative amendment to provide greater truth in sentencing. We are continuing to make laws to strengthen the justice system. Bill C-25 is an important contribution to this important objective, and I urge honourable members to support a quick and hasty passage of this bill. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Questions and comments? Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It's my pleasure to speak on Bill C-25, the Truth in Sentencing Act. I intend to go through the bill briefly and point out where it is that we can, in principle, support the bill and where it is that we have a few problems. I might say from the outset that the overall bill is one that we can support. However, it will, along with a lot of other justice bills in this instance, put a lot of pressure, Madam Speaker, on the system of rehabilitation and incarceration. And as such, we want to be sure that the government gets the message that even though these bills are coming down the pike, that they resource the corrections facilities and the agencies in charge of those facilities with sufficient resources to do the job that will be the outflow of some of these acts. I might start with Section 1, Clause 1 of the bill itself, which says truth in sentencing. Now, I understand what the aim is here. The aim is to try to codify, to regularize, to give reasons for the time given in remand for sentences accorded. But there's something sort of pejorative, Madam Speaker, in truth in sentencing. It implies that there was like untruth in sentencing. And in as much as sentencing is it a judicial function, I kind of see this title as a bit of another example of the unrelenting attack that this government has had on the judiciary in general. We know from the very outset that the Prime Minister, I think from one of his first statements upon being elected or just before being elected, was to be talking about liberal judges. Liberal judges. Judges are judges are judges. Once they become judges, there ought to be a little more respect for them. So I find that a little objectionable. I do wish the Attorney General, the Parliamentary Secretary, and the government in general would take a little more care to step away from the Reagan-esque or the Bush-esque habit, it seems, mode de forme, to sort of tell the public through their label what kind of legislation they're proposing rather than concentrate on the actual impact of the legislation. Section 2 talks about amending Section 515 by adding a clause which states that really what we're trying to do is get the justices to put in writing the details of what credit, if any, they're going to give for remand time. And it's a good idea. I think judges across the country will embrace this idea because now, instead of being given a form that is a bit vague as to how they're coming about to their sentence and what, if any, credit they're giving for remand time, the form, which will be the new Form 21 in Clause 4, combined with the effect of Clause 2, says very clearly to our judges that if you are going to give extra credit for remand or bucket time, that's time in facilities where there are no programs, where there may be issues of overcrowding, where there's in some cases, limited access to the outdoors, to recreation, and in cases of overcrowding, there's issues of safety, certainly. But we have to understand that this is a province-by-province, institution-by-institution situation which only a judge, I think, individually can deal with. The judge can look at the circumstances of the remand in question and give under this, even under this Act, up to 1.5 days for 1 day served in remand. But he or she must, Madam Speaker, state the reasons why there is such a remand. And I think it's a good thing, and I do think that the judges will look forward to having forms that are presented to them that make some sense. Madam Speaker, the crux is found in Section 3, Clause 3 of amending Section 719 of the Criminal Code. And really what it says is that the rule will be, the benchmark will be 1 day for 1 day in remand time. In circumstances when reasons are given, it can be 1.5 days. And we really do think in the exceptional circumstances where a person has already violated bail and therefore they are not allowed to have this 1.5 days, we do think that there remains some discretion in judges to say that in certain circumstances, which I've outlined in our remand facilities, 1.5 days would be given unless that person has already violated bail and already shown that they have no respect, really, for the justice system. I mentioned there's a new Form 21 which judges will applaud, Madam Speaker, and I think that this law is a bit of a housekeeping arrangement. It says to judges and prosecutors that we've got to clean up our paper trail as to how we treat people in their incarcerated time. A national justice survey commissioned by the Department of Justice in 2007 shows that there was a general public approval of reducing sentences to compensate for time spent in pre-sentencing custody, but a little more than 3/4, 77, were of the opinion that credit for time in pre-sentencing should be allowed in cases of non-violent offenses. More than half believe, however, and this is the important part, that no credit should be allowed for persons convicted of serious violent crimes. And we concur with that. We think that's sensible. If the Canadian public feels it, we don't always agree just knee-jerk with what the Canadian public believes, but in this instance it seems to make sense to all of us in the House who look at the justice system and say, well, why should you get extra credit in the case of a very serious violent offense? We don't think that's correct, Madam Speaker. What is disturbing, I guess, is that there is this whole body of practice without reasons out there, which I frankly think is the lawmakers' fault. Probably as successive parliaments, and lately we've been prorogued into inaction, and all the bills have been sort of jettisoned by the political appetite of the government in power of any day. What we've had is too many elections and too little work done on the housekeeping aspects of the criminal code. And what it's led to is judges saying, well, in the absence of clear direction on how I'm supposed to give a person credit for time spent in a horrible remand situation, I'm just going to include it by deduction in the overall sentence. So there has been, by sleuth, a bit of a credit given without reasons, and all this does, Madam Speaker, is say to judges, you got to give reasons why there is the remand time credit given. Double time became the benchmark. 2 for 1 became the benchmark of all justices, it seemed, in this country, by that dereliction of duty that, frankly, parliamentarians have to share. The courts have basically made that a common practice, but as is seen in the case of Dagdar, a Quebec Court of Appeal case, it was never automatic. So the public pronouncements that judges were giving, 2 for 1 willy-nilly, and it was a rule, is not exactly correct, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we did deal with this at committee, and I just wanted to bring to the attention of, I think, the pressing need on the government to understand that there's going to be a capacity crisis if they continue to bring in legislation that crowds our facilities. Don Head of the Correctional Service of Canada gave evidence in the long term CSC will have to look to construct more permanent accommodation, including the construction of new units or institutions to manage the population growth. And notwithstanding the impacts of the bill, however, and I think he was a bit in the crosshairs of everybody there, especially government side MPs, when he said the Correction Service is committed to continuing to fulfill its mandate to manage the sentences of federal offenders and to ensure public safety results. I felt a bit sorry hearing him because I'm not sure that he was able, if the shackles, if you will, using a bad corrections pun, I suppose, if the shackles were off him, I'm pretty sure he'd say he doesn't have enough resources to ensure that there will be adequate correction facilities for the mandate that he's been given. And more importantly, Howard Sapers, who's the Correction Services of Canada Ombudsman, has basically said that the bill itself will lead to a significant increase in the offender population managed by CSC. So it's very clear there's going to be more population. And it's not as clear to me, looking at the budget items in the budget as presented by the federal government, that there will be adequate resources. And what I say to that, Madam Speaker, is we feel this law will bring clarity to time served. We think that's a good thing. Judges are looking for direction, and they would agree with this housekeeping aspect. But if there is, as a consequence, more persons going to Corrections Canada facilities or provincial facilities, then it is very incumbent upon the government, the Minister of Public Safety, to ensure that there are adequate resources to prevent conditions of overcrowding so that we don't get in trouble with international human rights obligations, with Charter of Rights obligations, and basic human obligations of being kept in conditions that are adequate. It is not the concern of this bill, but it's very much the concern of that government. And I want to make sure that we're on record as saying they better be concerned with it. And they better be concerned with it now, because it is their duty. It is their fiduciary obligation. And we will hold their feet to the fire as this bill goes forward, Madam Speaker. I thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I agree with the member from Moncton's analysis that the current system in our corrections, federally, he didn't make much reference to provincial, but it's certainly the same at the provincial level, is overcrowded. We certainly don't have anywhere near the resources to provide the necessary programming to ensure as much as possible reduction in recidivism by inmates leaving the system once they've served their time. And I want to ask my colleague on the Justice Committee is that doesn't he see a fundamental flaw in his argument in support of this bill from a practical standpoint, that the Liberal Party, and I have to say the Bloc as well, should not be supporting the bill at this time in light of the lack of resources in the system to deal with the inmates who are already there, because I think he agrees with me that inevitably the number of inmates is going to go up as a result of this bill, and others that are in the works or have already been passed. And we haven't seen the growth in the inmate population yet, but it's coming to quite a significant degree. And so, Madam Speaker, we know that the judges don't like giving more than equal time for pretrial custody, but they feel compelled to do it because of the standards in the pretrial custody. So, to come back to my basic question, is it not really irresponsible on the part of the Liberals and the Bloc to support this bill until such time as we have a very clear commitment and actual implementation of those additional resources by the government?
Well, Member for Moncton Riverview, Dia.
Madam Speaker, I get the question, and I guess I tried to cover it in my remarks that this is a very high duty on the government to observe, and they have heavy's the head that wears the crown, Madam Speaker. I guess by devolution you know that. But the real issue here is, are we going to avoid enacting legislation which is needed because at the end of it, the consequence of it is not being handled or might not be handled by some other department? It rather reminds me of having an illness in a Medicare system that you say, well, we're not going to send that person who is sick, we're not going to send that person for the treatment that they need in the medical system because we know the medical system is overcrowded or the hospitals are not doing a good job in the healthcare system. It doesn't deny your duty to treat, in this case, the disease, which is to bring in the legislation that is needed. And I may have a different view than the honourable member about this legislation. I think judges are looking for clarity, and I do think judges are making decisions based on social aspects or aspects of human rights as it may pertain to jail conditions, they should be putting those decisions in writing, and then we would have a body of decisions. And I know they're only scripted decisions. They're like a written endorsement on the back of a motion record cover. I know my friend's a lawyer, you know what I'm talking about. But it is a reason. And today we don't have. It's in a dark hole. We don't know why judges per se gave credit for remand custody. And if it is appalling conditions, then that provides a paper trail circle back to the Solicitor General or the Solicitors General in the various provinces to do something about those conditions. Because thus far we've only heard about conditions, with all due respect, from inmates' rights groups, from prisoners themselves perhaps, and from defense attorneys. We need a body of evidence from our judges. This would engage them, in my view, to keep an accurate account of why they're giving remand based on conditions in the prisons. But I agree 100% with him that the duty's on the government to step up and to make sure that they resource the facilities that they are in charge of.
The honourable member for Windsor-Tecumseh. For questions and comments.
Well, I want to take issue with my friend on that last point. We don't know just from advocates, prisoner advocates, or the defense bar. We know from the correction services. Mr. Head was in front. I know my friend wants to leave, but I just can't. I've got to pin him down here. We know from Mr. Head and Mr. Sappers, who's very directly involved, that we have way overcrowded. Mr. Head told us at committee that we have a huge number of cells designed for one inmate where there's two and more often three inmates. And so we know that. And we also know, Madam Speaker, that the Justice Minister came before our committee, and when I asked him a question about capacity in our prison systems to handle the additional inmates, he said, I give you the assurances of the Public Safety Minister, that I've talked to the Public Safety Minister, that we've got the capacity to take additional prisoners. And, Madam Speaker, that was before Mr. Head, a real person who knows what's going on, obviously, because the Minister of Public Safety doesn't, before he came and said, no, we don't have. That's what he told us. As much as he tried to be diplomatic about not contradicting his minister, he said we're overcrowded already. We've got large numbers of cells with 2-to-1 in it already, two inmates for cells that are only designed for one, and we've got a large number where there are 3, and that's getting worse. So I go back to my friend from Moncton. If that's the case, if we have that kind of ignorance level on the part of the government, part of the minister responsible for corrections, what hope do we have that if we pass this bill and we have that increase in population, that I'm not talking programming here, I'm just simply talking about physical space to handle these prisoners. What assurances do we have at all? What sense of hope do we have at all that this government's going to do anything about increasing the number of prisons in the country?
The honourable member for Moncton Riverview.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I hope my friend wasn't implying that I was trying to run away from a debate with him. I never would, Madam Speaker. I'm happy to stand here and answer him that Don Head, the correct CSC official, and I have it in writing, and I wrote notes at the time, assured us that they are committed to continuing to fulfill their mandate. We also have on record some time ago $225 million from the government for further corrections facilities. I share my honourable colleague's concern, but I also throw back to him that we have a duty to make laws that make the law clear and fair. There are consequences of those laws. In this case, I've highlighted it maybe 4 times now. The consequences of some of this legislation, in particular this bill, may be that there is pressure on CSC and other provincial facilities. It is incumbent upon this government to make sure that they prepare for it. Having this debate, bringing that to the attention of people at committee, is very much what we do as parliamentarians. I, too, was somewhat disillusioned by the answer of the Minister of Justice in saying that he's consulted with the Minister of Public Safety. It begs perhaps a question of our own due diligence. I would submit to the member for Windsor-Tecumseh that maybe we should have had the Minister of Public Safety there. It seems many times at Justice we have issues that we really would like to ask of the Minister of Public Safety for these very reasons that we don't get a crack at, because we have the Minister of Justice saying to us, well, I talked to the Minister of Public Safety, everything seems to be hunky-dory and all's okay. I'm not getting that assurance from the answer, but as I say to the member, they have the fiduciary duty. And if there's harm done in this situation, it's clearly on the heads of the government over there. We can't avoid our duty in enacting and approving and supporting laws that we think make it clearer and make the judge's job more easy, frankly, to administer the law, and more useful to us by those endorsements that will report on conditions in our prisons across this country.
You're here.
Questions and comments? Reprise.
Resuming debate.
De Repentigny.
The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. We are talking and have been talking for a long time about C-25, and I must say that the Bloc Québécois was once again ahead in this area with regard to the government's bill, because for many years now we have been proposing the abolishment of excuse me for this check of time. Just a moment. For pre-sentencing custody. Sorry, I was looking at that, Madam Speaker. I had the 6th of time in mind because the Bloc Québécois tabled a number of years ago, in fact, a bill where we wanted to eliminate time credit, double time for credit served, because the Bloc is tabling a lot of justice bills in order to ensure that there is fairness. And I think that we have many good colleagues, both my colleague from Hochelaga Maisonneuve and my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin, who are both experts in the area of justice, particularly our colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin, who was also Minister of Public Safety in Quebec. So you will understand now while I'm looking for my words, because the Bloc Québécois has tabled numerous justice bills, and so we just have so many we get a little lost. The Conservatives are not right to be happy with what's happening in justice. C-25, however, is one. The measure indicated is encouraged by the Bloc Québécois, and strongly so, and has been since 2007. So when I say that it has been some time that we've been talking about this within the Bloc Québécois, well, in fact, it has been already 2 years. In fact, the Bloc Québécois presented on June 15, 2007, a series of recommendations to make major amendments to the justice system in Canada. These measures propose a more balanced justice system, as I indicated earlier, that is adapted to new realities. And that would have a real impact on the crime rate. And that would avoid, and this is extremely important, would avoid the trap of the American model, which is based on repression, and the negative impacts of that repression are quite clear. And so here we have this dogmatic conservative government who is trying by all means possible, particularly with the implementation of mandatory minimum sentences, of basing itself on the American model, which is working very poorly. We see in the United States that prisons are, and my colleague earlier said that prisons in Canada were at full capacity, and perhaps I could just take a little trip to the United States to see what it's like there, and we realize that when we compare ourselves to the United States, we are in good shape because the prisons are overpopulated, the crime rate is extremely high, and there are a lot of other reasons, including the justice system itself. We can think of the firearm registry, that the Americans don't have. The free trade in weapons is also a serious problem in the United States, which has led to an significant increase in the crime rate. Earlier, Madam Speaker, I was talking about the remarkable qualities of my colleague from Marc-Aurèle Fortin, who explained earlier to all the Bloc Québécois members that in Canada, for approximately 100,000 people, if I'm not mistaken, there is about 100 prisoners, while in the United States we're talking about 735 prisoners per 100,000 individuals. So you can see, if we use the American model, this would be a serious mistake. And I must tell you that in Quebec, there is a fear when we see the Conservative government taking such action. We can think of the mandatory minimum sentences, the firearms registry. We can think of the general overall way that they view crime. They say that they're tough on crime, and they say this with a lot of emphasis in order to show that they are experts in the area. Yet we're meeting with police forces throughout Canada who are criticizing this government. Other than getting their pictures taken with politicians, not much is actually happening. There is an urgent need for more police officers. The Conservative government is saying that it's massively investing in this area, but apart from nice announcement and empty promises, there is absolutely nothing. You know, Madam Speaker, that when I look at the way Quebec has managed public safety and justice, I could say that our approach, which is a much more overall approach, which ensures integration and prevention, I would say that Quebec's approach is to ensure that criminals don't commit crimes and not to arrest the criminals once they've committed their crimes, as the federal government wants to do. I think that my colleague from Marc-Aurèle knows the subject well. We represent Quebecers, and we are well aware of the issues related to justice, and we are defending them in a wonderful manner. And the proof is that we have barely 40 crimes committed per weapon, which is quite low, and we have a crime rate that is very low. There is little crime being committed in Quebec. I'm extremely proud of that fact, and all of this because of the way that we have handled public safety and justice. So I was saying that the Bloc Québécois has presented measures that represent or correspond to the values of Quebecers based on prevention, rehabilitation, social integration and economic integration, better sharing of wealth. And I was saying, Madam Speaker, that unfortunately too often people who commit crimes are often people who have no means at their disposal. There was a study that was done at some point, be you for or against the study. The study said that during recession times, people had a lot less money, of course, and there was therefore an increase in the crime rate. And we can see that slowly but surely there seems to be a correlation with poverty and crime rate. The more the poor people are, the more in need they are, and therefore the more, unfortunately, I'm not going to say they need to commit crimes, but the more they will perhaps be forced to commit crimes. So we should not just put people in prison. We need to ensure that they have education, a job. We need to create jobs. So we need to try to take these people and put them back on the labor market, give them a hand, and ensure that we can reduce the crime rate. So with regard to the proposals that we made, we rationalized the release of prisoners, and we want to prevent crime. So, in a simple manner, when an individual is arrested for having committed a crime under the criminal code, they must be, as fast as possible, brought before a judge in order to appear before that judge. At that stage, the Crown Prosecutor must inform the accused or charged individual of the charges against them. And during a future trial, the judge will then have two choices. Either to release the accused person if, of course, it is determined that the person will not repeat offend, or order their detention until the sentencing, if ever this individual who had committed a crime was a dangerous criminal. So if the judge decides to order detention, from then it's called the credit for time served. So then the judge has to give an appropriate sentence. The criminal code and jurisprudence set certain guidelines to guide the courts in such decisions. When I was talking earlier, Madam Speaker, about mandatory minimum sentences, and I know I'm jumping from one subject to the next, but mandatory minimum sentences have an impact on the guidelines that are set in the criminal code and jurisprudence, and to take away the flexibility of judges to impose a fair sentence to a criminal. Currently, to set a sentence for somebody who is found guilty of an offense, the courts must take into consideration all time the person has spent in detention following the commission of the offense. It's called pre-sentencing custody. Judges often take into consideration not only the time served, but to apply the double time credit principle. So then this means that in some trials judges have even given credit for time served in a 3-to-1 ratio. And this is the result of the fact that few or no programs or activities are proposed for detainees during their custody. So their custody conditions are not great, and the correctional facilities are overpopulated, and we've talked a lot about this since the beginning of the tabling of this bill, that there is a serious lack because there is overpopulation in federal prisons, a lack of services. This is a serious subject. We are legislators, and we must implement laws, amend the criminal code, ensure that we adopt legislation, and look with the government, push the government, pressure the government to ensure that financial and human resources will be in place to ensure that this bill can apply fully. So this way of calculating the credit for time served indicates, well, as I was saying earlier, the federal prisons are overpopulated. The time for remand custody is not part of the calculation. So the judges often apply credit for time served in a ratio of 2-to-1. So on March 27, 2009, the Minister of Justice tabled Bill C-25 for first reading in the House of Commons. The bill deals with truth in sentencing, and the rules guiding judges in determining appropriate sentencing are set out in Section 23 of the Criminal Code in that section. So the judge cannot give credit for time served in remand custody. So every day spent in custody will then be in a ratio of 1-to-1. But only if circumstances so justify, they can calculate 1.5 days for each day spent in custody. To do this, or to ensure this, the person is not to be in custody because of their criminal record or because they violated their parole or bail conditions. If that is the case, no enhanced credit can be given, no matter what the circumstances in which the person has been held during their trial. With regard to that measure, the Bloc Québécois feels that in some specific and exceptional circumstances, and let me repeat the word exceptional circumstances, they could subtract the time that they spent during the trial at a ratio of 2.5-to-1. But if this allows them to reduce their sentence by half, it still must, excuse me, Madam Speaker, we must consider where the individual has a certain health issue. When a judge restricts the sentence, there must be a reason given. Those reasons must be included in the records.
The Bloc Québécois, for over 2 years, has proposed to abolish this rule and is glad about this particular measure because this practice is not substantiated and doesn't reflect the reality in the prison system today. If you also consider the complexity of trials, this practice gives people the idea that people aren't serving their sentence as they should. This kind of justice system becomes exasperating for victims and their families that often become the victims, in a sense, in many other ways of what has occurred and happened to them. Now, sometimes people do feel that the courts are too soft on crime, and I can understand that parents, friends, and victims themselves, parents and friends, when they see their child or friend killed and they see that the criminal gets out after perhaps a 10 or after a shorter period than expected, they have a 10 or 15 year sentence and they're released after 3 or 4 years, the parents and the close friends of the victim often see that the justice system as a failure. And it appears that criminals are getting out too early. For example, when a convicted person spends 6 months in pre-trial custody and gets a 2-year sentence, the time spent in prison will probably only end up being 1 year, and this bill will address this particular aberration. As far as justice is concerned, Madam Speaker, the Bloc Québécois strongly believes that the most effective approach remains prevention. We need to deal with the root causes of crime, Madam Speaker. Justice shouldn't be seen simply through the lens of sentencing and, as the Conservatives say, being tough on crime. They're putting on blinkers, Madam Speaker, and they don't see the seriousness of this problem. When a person becomes a criminal, there are reasons for this. In my opinion, one isn't bad at one's core, at one's essence, but you become so because of misfortune, of bad luck, of hard times in your course of your life. So these criminals need to be treated with this in mind. There needs to be more education, more prevention. We need to look at the reasons why these people end up committing these crimes, and insofar as possible, address those reasons. The Bloc is aware, however, that there are many improvements that need to be made to the current justice system, and there is a need for amendments to the criminal code. The government must use all tools at its disposal to enable Canadians and Quebecers to live in peace and security and safety. The Bloc Québécois, in response to the Conservatives' ideological approach, which on the 15th of June announced a number of measures that it intended to put in place. In the 2008 budget, the Conservative budget retained a number of ideas put forward by the Bloc Québécois. For example, a national crime prevention strategy is one good example. Since the Conservatives came into power, they have displayed a rigid ideological approach with respect to justice. Some measures are positive, however, many others go too far and are, in fact, ineffective and counterproductive. And this was the case with Bill C-25, an act to amend the criminal justice system for teenagers and adolescents. They should have emulated the Quebec rehabilitation model, Madam Speaker, and they would have been better served. Madam Speaker, this was a hot-button issue during the 2008 election campaign, and that is the Conservatives wanted to throw teenagers of age 14 to 16 in prison. I've met, of course, many young people over this issue, and they're disappointed to see the Conservatives have such a rigid ideological approach. They want to put young people in prison when there should be a focus on rehabilitation and an effort to understand why they ended up committing these crimes, an effort to help them get through these hard times. Instead of having young people put in prison for 15, 25 years, where they can learn on the job, so to speak, in prison, how to commit crimes in the future. Quebecers just couldn't understand this approach in the last election, and 29 or 49 members were elected from the Bloc Québécois, which is more than the Conservatives, I might say. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Laval. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I listened very closely to my colleague's speech, the member for Repentigny. I'm surprised that despite how old he is, and in fact he's very much aware of a number of the possible ramifications of the government proposals with respect to youth. And I think that it's very refreshing to see someone a young person so well versed in this. He's basically barely through his teenage years, and quite clearly he's really on top of this file. He's well versed, as I said, in these matters, and he's spoken with young people about the importance of rehabilitation. Now, I'd like my colleague to explain how this party, which is in government and refuses to adhere to proposals made by courts, refuses to uphold court decisions made by judges, how this government can just make a decision on behalf of the public what is going to be good for criminals who are young and what is going to be good for the public. How come there is a double standard here? The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague, the Honourable Member for Laval. I was, however, a very well-behaved young man throughout my teenage years, I should tell her. But, Madam Speaker, it's dangerous, this government approach, when they say they're going to be tough on crime, that they're going to enforce the law, that they're going to put in place tough sentences. They beat their chests saying they're going to be tough on crime and tough on criminals. And yet they themselves do not uphold federal court rulings. And I think that that's a problem, Madam Speaker. I think that that smacks of a lack of consistency on the part of this Conservative government. And they've demonstrated this on several occasions. We've discussed this in the House over the course of a number of question periods. We still haven't had any answers on this. They come back to us and tell us that they're going to read the documents and they'll give us an answer later. They're always putting things off, Madam Speaker. Now, there's Abdelrazik. Now, I just don't want to make a mistake pronouncing that. I think I've pronounced it right. In the case of Abdelrazik, the federal court found that the federal government was wrong. And the only answer that the Justice Minister can give us, he had 2 days to think about this. All he can say is that we're going to take a look at the file, will give a response in due course, and throughout this entire time there are Canadians outside Canada who are in horrific conditions. We let them die in these horrific conditions, and I think that's egregious. And I'm going to admit, Madam Speaker, and I said this earlier to my colleague from Laval, many residents from my riding are disgusted by this practice. Questions and comments?
L'honorable député de Windsor.
The Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Merci, Madame le Président.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Question qui porte.
I have a little criticism that I'd like to make with respect to the bloc and this bill. We heard in the Justice Committee that there aren't enough classes, for example, for inmates in the provincial and federal prisons. Now, I know the Bloc likes to protect the interests of the province of Quebec and Quebecers, but the fact is that in the province of Quebec, just like in other provinces, there aren't enough places in prison, I should say. There isn't enough room in prison for all of these inmates. Now, isn't it irresponsible for the Bloc to support this bill, given that it'll increase the number of inmates, not only in Quebec, but in all other provinces and in the federal prisons and penitentiaries? Thank you. The member for Repentigny. Well, I do understand my colleagues' misgivings. But as I said earlier, our primary role is as legislators. We have an excellent bill here. And I think it's a shame that the New Democrats are against this bill. I think this legislation will help ensure that these prisoners remain in prison, and I think it'll help victims get more support and feel better about what's happening in the prison, in the justice system. Now, sure, we will have to construct new prisons, and some prisons will have to be refurbished and made bigger. My colleague for Laval, in fact, presented a petition. There was a penitentiary that was closed. The Conservatives say that they want to crack down on crime, as I said. They're trying to use strong-arm techniques. But unfortunately, they're not putting their money where their mouth is. There's not only a lack of resources for prisons and penitentiaries, but there's a lack of resources for law enforcement and police officers. Finally, we have a good bill introduced by this government, and we're going to take advantage of this and support it. This has been an oft-repeated request to make these changes. There's a lot of work ahead of us, but I would encourage my New Democratic friends, as well as the Liberals, to wage a new fight, and that is for funding of prisons and penitentiaries. Questions and comments?
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's a subpopulation, a small population of individuals in Canada who commit crimes and are inveterate criminals. One of, I think, the great challenges that we have, and one of the things that the public makes them so angry, and also the police officers in our country dispirited, is the fact that these individuals who are inveterate criminals appear to be thumbing their nose at the justice system because they receive small penalties and are able to revolve quickly through our justice system. That small group of people, I think, have to be separated from the majority of individuals who often have other problems, dual diagnosis, fetal alcohol syndrome, fetal alcohol effects, psychiatric problems, and substance abuse issues. Now, that population, I think, has to be removed, who are committing misdemeanors. But I want to ask my colleague, what does he think we should do for that small population of individuals who have essentially made a conscious decision, without any mitigating factors, that they are going to commit crimes against Canadian citizens, and what things can we do, which I think all of us believe must be done, to be able to strengthen the rights of victims in Canada?
Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I don't have much time, as you have pointed out, so I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Recently, I was on the Public Safety Committee with my colleague from Marquerel-Fortin. He said about 39% of the prison population have problems with respect to fetal alcohol syndrome and mental health. So there's a comprehensive approach which is required. the double time for pre-sentence custody is one measure to ensure that people remain in prison. If they have 25-year sentence, they should serve a 25-year sentence. If they have a 15-year sentence, they should serve a 15-year sentence. And, of course, there's a lot of work that needs to be done understanding why these criminals are committing these crimes. There's poverty, there's mental illness, and I think that we need to look at these causes. Thank you. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Windsor-Tecumseh.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Chair, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry. Must be Friday afternoon, just before the weekend. Madam Speaker, it's an interesting phenomenon that we're confronted with in this piece of legislation, because it seems fairly straightforward. It's a very small piece of legislation. There's really only 2 sections to it when you actually analyze it. Madam Speaker, what it does is it brings to the fore a debate, really an analysis that we should be involving ourselves as parliamentarians to a much greater degree than we have up to this point. The reason we haven't up to this point with this government, and I would have to be critical of the prior Liberals administrations over the last decade or so, is that we are confronted with this reality. We have declining crime, but increasing populations in our prisons, both at the provincial level and the federal level. We have another phenomenon that I think very few members of this Parliament understand, of the shift that has occurred over the last roughly 10 years of the number of people incarcerated in pretrial detention centers as opposed to those who are incarcerated after sentencing, whether they be at the provincial level, provincial prisons, or at the federal level. And the ratio of the pretrial, pre-sentencing custodial population and the post-sentencing population has reversed itself. It used to be roughly 2 to 1. That is, the one were 1/3 of the population in incarceration in this country at any given time. And Madam Speaker, I want to be clear, I'm only talking about the adult population. 1/3 of that would be in pretrial custody. And 2/3 would be after sentencing and be again in our federal prisons. We have a provision within the criminal code that allows our judges, as a sentencing guideline, to take into account the pretrial custody period of time and conditions in sentencing after conviction. What occurred, Madam Speaker, was that over a period of time, as the number of individuals in our pretrial custody shifted to such larger percentages, and the corresponding deterioration in the conditions in those detention centers, that a practice grew up for our courts, and this is true of both at the provincial court levels across the country and territories, and at the federal level, at the Superior Court level. The judges universally began to grant credit for that pretrial custody in excess of a 1-to-1 ratio. And in fact, by the time this bill got before this House, it was fairly common for it to be close, on average, for all sentences, for a credit to be given on a close to 2-to-1 ratio. It actually, as we heard in the committee, that it's somewhat less than 2, but it's right around there. And then we also had the phenomenon developing, I would say, over the last 2, maybe 3 years across the country, of a ratio of credit being given in some extraordinary cases on a 3-to-1 ratio. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, was, I guess, the basic humanity of our judges, but also international obligations that we have. We've signed on to protocols as a nation to treat both in pretrial settings and post-sentencing settings our prisoners in a humane fashion. And one of the specific provisions in those international protocols is that prisoners serve their time in a cell that is designed for one person with only one person in it. And what has occurred, Madam Speaker, is both in the pretrial custody setting and more in the post-sentencing setting, we're finding people in ratios of greater than 1-to-1 in the cells, and oftentimes, as often as not, 3-to-1, and in some cases 4-to-1. Some of these detention centers, and I'm going to concentrate my comments on this, because this evidence was before our courts on a regular basis. Some of these detention centers are very old. There's no programming in terms of any education. Sanitary conditions generally are poor, and we can go down the list. And as the judiciary across the country heard evidence in individual cases on this, this practice of granting 2-to-1 credit became very common, almost universal. Not mandated by any statute, whether our correction statutes or the criminal code, and certainly not in any sentencing guidelines in the code, but simply because of practice, because judges on an individual basis, knowing the detention centers where they were placing people, they knew how bad the conditions were. Madam Speaker, what that was all about really was the judiciary trying to send a message to the political level of government, the administrative level of government, that you've got to do something about this. We've signed on to these international protocols. You've got responsibility to treat prisoners humanely, and you're not doing it. And that's really what the message was that was going out. The message that was received was that we had judges just going off on their own, playing around with this. And I've heard, sometimes I have to say, offensive comments from legislators at both the provincial and the federal level attacking our judiciary, believing that somehow just on whims they were granting 2-to-1 and 3-to-1 credits. It's not the reality, Madam Speaker. We have an excellent judiciary, and I've said this in the House before, I'm going to repeat it again. We have, if not the best judiciary in the world, we have none that are better.
Hear, hear.
And that is true, Madam Speaker, whether we're at the provincial court level or the federal level of judicial appointments. They don't do this on a whim. They want to send, they've been wanting to send for this period of time, for the better part of the decade, this message to the legislators. We're not getting it because we're not deploying the necessary resources. Not only are we not deploying the necessary resources to clean up the pretrial detention centers, we are at this level of government, that is at this chamber, this level, federal level of government, we are consistently, and this again has been true, not just with the Conservatives, they may be going a little faster than the Liberals, but we are going quite rapidly at increasing the number of charges that would result in jail time. We're also increasing the length of time that people are spending in jail. The result of that, Madam Speaker, is that we have this backlog in our courts. Because more and more people, defendants, are not pleading guilty. We have rules that are developing that require greater disclosure, which again is justifiable in terms of a fair trial, but it's taking longer for cases to get through. So we have this growing population, now on almost a 2-to-1 ratio, in pretrial custody, in conditions that are, by international standards, not humane. Our judges want the legislators, at both provincial and federal level, to do something about that. But instead of doing something about that, instead of deploying added resources, perhaps using other mechanisms to divert prisoners from lengthier sentences, that is, these would be community programming, what we do is we respond with this piece of legislation. And in effect saying to the courts, we don't trust your judgment on how to handle pretrial credits. This bill really is quite disrespectful to our judges in that regard. And what we're going to do is we're going to impose mandatory requirements so that the basic standard now will be, if this bill goes through, and it's almost certainly going to because the other three parties are clearly going to support it, we are going to mandate as the standard only 1-to-1 credit. The effect of that, Madam Speaker, is lengthen the time people will spend in post-trial custody. And in circumstances that are justifiable, we will allow you to go to 1.5 to 1 credit, even though, as I said earlier, the standard now across the country is closer to 2 to 1 on average. Madam Speaker, we're doing that in the context from this government, and I was very clear at committee to try to get this information from them, that there is no additional resources being planned to go to assist the provinces, because all of the pretrial detention centers, with very few exceptions in the territories, all of the pretrial detention centers are operated by the provinces, and there is no plan, I'll repeat that, absolutely no plan on the part of this government to provide the provinces with additional resources to provide better quality settings for pretrial detention centers. So the conditions are going to remain as they are and get worse at the pretrial level. And Madam Speaker, inevitably, and we heard this from the lawyers who came in front of us, that we were going to be inevitably faced with a charter challenge, because we are not in keeping with the international standard that we have signed on to. So we already know what the standard is. It's not what we can argue, well, yeah, we're close to it. We're not, and we know that. We know what the standard is. It's a very clear one at the international level. That is offensive to the Charter, Section 12 of the Charter, which requires us not to provide for cruel and unusual punishment. And that is what it amounts to. So we're inevitably going to be faced with this. And all we're doing, if we proceed with this, is to provide the scenario, the circumstances, for a while. I think the courts will be doing what they can to provide the 1.5. They'll find the circumstances are bad enough that they'll provide the 1.5. But inevitably, you're going to have a charter challenge, and I have to say that I have no reason to believe at all other than, in fact, that charter challenge will be successful. And then what we're going to do, because if there's a charter challenge that is successful, there has to be a result to that. There has to be a diminution on the part of the court to compensate for the charter breach. And what that is then going to lead to, Madam Speaker, and I don't find any appreciation on the part of the government, the Minister of Justice, of this. We're then going to find more and more judges making that finder of a charter breach and releasing more and more prisoners from custody. They're going to provide bail where they wouldn't have otherwise, or they're going to actually release them, maybe even dismissing the charges because of the breach of the Charter, and specifically Section 12, the cruel and unusual punishment. So that's coming down the road. And all that this bill does, excuse me, all that this bill does is probably hasten that coming. Because if we don't, even if we didn't pass this bill, I want to be quite clear about this, Madam Speaker, even if we didn't pass this bill, that's probably going to happen unless the government at the federal level provides additional resources to divert or to build more prisons. And there, again, is no indication that they're going to do that. Madam Speaker, I want to talk about another consequence of this legislation. And again, I think maybe you have to have practiced law for a while to appreciate the reality of this. If this goes through as proposed, and the courts can grant, in justifiable circumstances, an extension from the 1-to-1 credit to the 1.5-to-1 credit, what will happen, what will be required, is much more evidence will have to be presented to the court. And so even if there is a guilty plea, there will, instead of it taking, as right now, on average, a sentencing for even sorry, Madam Speaker, I think my time is...
Regret to interrupt the honourable member. He will have approximately 6 minutes left for his comments. when this bill resumes next week. But it being now 1:30, the House will proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper.
Private members' business, resuming debate on motion M284, Atlantic lobster fishery standing in the name of Mr. McCauley.
And the honourable member for King's Hants.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It's with pleasure that I rise today to speak to this very important piece of legislation introduced by my colleague, the member for Cardigan, who has throughout his career here defended the interests of his constituents, defended vigorously the interests of all Atlantic Canadians and all Canadians. And in fact, as a member of Parliament during this economic crisis, who has stood in this House in support of sectors that have been in dire straits in other parts of the country, including the auto sector. And I think it's important to realize that this is a Parliament that is here with members of Parliament from all parts of Canada to defend vigorously the interests of all regions of Canada. And that's what makes this place a special place. And in the same way that this honourable member from Cardigan has stood up and vigorously defended the auto sector, we have a responsibility also to recognize the challenges faced in Atlantic Canada today by our lobster fishers. And the fact is, we've seen lobster prices go from $6 a pound now down to about $3.50 per pound. We see a lobster fishery that is worth about $1 billion. And the Canadian government, the Conservative government, is only offering $10 million to try to save a $1 billion industry. $10 million for advertising, Madam Speaker. Nothing to help restructure the industry, nothing to provide long-term vision to preserve and maintain this proud and important industry to our regions. The Atlantic lobster fishery, again, it's worth $1 billion. The government's offering advertising money worth about 1% of the annual value. And when you consider or compare that to the size of the bailout for the auto sector, it's very clear, Madam Speaker, that this government places no value whatsoever on the lobster fishery. It does not understand the lobster fishery. It does not understand the needs and the challenges faced by families living in lobster fishing communities in Atlantic Canada. It does not understand the challenges faced by people in communities in my riding, like Halls Harbour, where we have in Halls Harbour and in Blomidon we have a lobster fisheries in my riding. Does not understand that these are proud people who have worked hard, who have worked hard and provided to their families over the years, and during this crisis need help to survive this crisis. What we're calling for is very clear. We need to see changes in EI benefits to ensure EI fairness for all Canadians during this crisis. We need to, in the lobster fishery, ease credit or access to credit and support for inventory costs during this crisis. The fact is, many of the lobster processors and lobster companies have had their financing pulled out from under them as the Icelandic banks have tanked. The Icelandic banks were disproportionately involved in the financing of our lobster fishery. And as the Icelandic banking system collapsed, it exposed our lobster fisheries to enormous downside. And we need to ensure that, whether it's through government agencies like EDC, for instance, or through programs such as ACOA, working with the chartered banks, we need to ensure that we provide the appropriate backstop to financings to ensure that the credit crunch that is threatening the future of our lobster fisheries doesn't kill it. We have to ensure that at this critical time, as we see the banking crisis, the global banking crisis, disproportionately affect the Icelandic banks, that does not create or does not disproportionately threaten our lobster industry. It's clear with 10,000 licensed harvesters in 5 eastern Canadian provinces that we need a federally funded license rationalization program in order to help lobster fishermen adjust to the reduced capacity. You know, potentially, I've read that up to 20% of the licenses potentially. A license buyback program to help rationalize the industry. There are simply too many licenses out there now for the size of the industry as it exists. And the federal government has to play a role in that. In the same way that the federal government has to play an important role as global market conditions hurt our forestry industry. And the Conservative government has failed in that regard as well. But what is painfully clear and absolutely obvious with this government is that whether or not you're a vulnerable forestry family in a forestry town affected by the global economic downturn, or a vulnerable lobster fishery family in a coastal Atlantic Canadian town facing crisis today and facing a question of survival, that you can expect very little sympathy or assistance from this cold-hearted Conservative government. This is a government that has turned its back on thousands, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands of vulnerable Canadians who've lost their jobs. We've seen the Statistics Canada report, the Labour report this morning, that shows that in terms of manufacturing, we have seen the greatest job loss in manufacturing in the history of Canada. In fact, we're down now to the same number of manufacturing jobs in Canada as we had in 1976. Over 3 years in office, the Conservative government has offered no vision for manufacturing. They've turned their back on manufacturing. If you look at lobster processing, the fact is lobster processing, is part of food processing, which is part of manufacturing. And what is the government doing to help lobster processors adapt to be more competitive, to invest in cutting-edge technology, to reduce their energy consumption, to be more efficient? The answer, Madam Speaker, is nothing. This laissez-faire, I don't care Conservative government is not interested in helping the vulnerable during this time because they don't believe in the role of government. They don't understand the role of the government. But fundamentally, it is their lack of belief in the role of government that hobbles their capacity to act now. It's terribly difficult to do things you don't believe in. And this Prime Minister, whenever he's called on to help people, he has to pinch his nose to do so because he does not see a role for government in helping the vulnerable. It is absolutely critically important during these crises that governments reach out, that governments help Canadians and help them build a bridge to a brighter future and get them through these tough times. That is why we have strong national government. Strong national government with strong national programs that reflect the collective will of Canadians to help people in every region of the country when they face crisis. That is one of the most unifying principles in Canada. One of the principles that really helps make us Canadian and is part of our DNA is the notion that when in need, regardless of where a Canadian lives, other Canadians in other parts of the country want to help and will help. Okay. One of the responsibilities we have as members of Parliament, elected to this House, regardless of where we're from, is to learn, to seek to understand the challenges faced by Canadians in areas that we have not lived in or do not live in. One of the incredible privileges of being a member of this House is the opportunity to learn more about Canada. But that opportunity to learn about Canada comes with it a responsibility to do something to help Canadians. To not just stand up for the interests of our constituents, which is a critical responsibility, I mean, the Reform Party, it was all about doing everything your constituents want and nothing else. But the fact is you've got a responsibility not just to stand up for your constituents, but to stand up for all Canadians, regardless of where they live in the country. And my message to all members of Parliament in this House, and the message from the member from Cardigan, is that even if you don't have a lobster fishery in your riding, you've got a responsibility as a member of Parliament to understand this issue and to understand the challenges that lobster fishing families are facing right now. This crisis that faces the lobster fishery right now threatens an age-old tradition and a strong, vibrant industry. And I urge every member of Parliament to support this important piece of legislation from the member of Cardigan.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I rise today to express my opposition to this motion currently before the House. Madam Speaker, there is undoubtedly a profound economic and social attachment to the fishery in many Atlantic communities. Until recently, there has been a steady increase in Atlantic Canada's lobster harvesting capacity. And several things have contributed to this growth in capacity, including a prolonged period of strong and consistent foreign demand for Canadian lobster, accompanied by relatively high prices at the wharf. But now the lobster fishery faces significant challenges. Foreign demand for lobster has fallen dramatically. Prices paid to harvesters have plummeted. But the cost of harvesting, cost of buying fuel, bait, that hasn't decreased, and neither has the cost of living. The prospects are difficult, especially bleak for harvesters who went into debt to purchase their boats, equipment, and licenses. There is no doubt that the current economic downturn has had a huge impact on this industry, and the industry is reeling. Our government understands that. And I'd like to take a few minutes to describe how the Government of Canada is helping to address these challenges faced by the lobster industry. Our government is working with the provinces, with the industry, and other stakeholders in this regard. To support the industry managed through these difficult economic times, on May 22nd, 2009, our government announced that it's directing $10 million from the Community Adjustment Funds to the Atlantic provinces and to Quebec to improve marketing, to assist in innovation and develop new products and technologies in the lobster industry. And this funding will be provided through the Atlantic Canada Opportunities Agency and Canada Economic Development for Quebec regions. Our government also secured the participation of Nova Scotia, New Brunswick, and Prince Edward Island in an international lobster marketing campaign. The campaign will invest more than $450,000 in a series of world-class marketing activities designed to boost foreign demand for lobster. Strengthening retailer and consumer demand for Canadian lobster will go a long way towards solving the problem the industry is currently facing. The government also continues to work with the provinces, with lobster harvesters and processors, on an emerging issue related to foreign markets. That is an increased call for fishery eco-certification. A growing number of markets around the world have begun to introduce rules about imported seafood, fish, and fish products. The rules typically require that harvesters prove that their fisheries are ecologically sustainable, as well as maintaining accurate records to facilitate the traceability of seafood products. Fisheries and Oceans Canada, provincial governments, and industry are also currently collaborating to create a Lobster Development Council, which would be aimed at increasing domestic and international market access and supporting the industry in reaching the eco-certification standards necessary for the global markets of the future. Madam Speaker, the government is also working hard to help the industry obtain greater access to capital, a key concern of lobster harvesters and entrepreneurs in virtually every industry in every corner of our country. Canada's Economic Action Plan includes a long list of measures to achieve this goal. For instance, the government has invested some $5 billion in the Business Credit Availability Program. The program will help businesses across access the financing they need to weather the current economic crisis and prosper as our economy recovers and stabilizes. Canada's Economic Action Plan also allocates hundreds of millions of dollars in infrastructure for coastal communities, investments in small craft harbours, in science facilities, and the Coast Guard will provide lasting benefits for the fishery while stimulating economic activity in many of this country's coastal communities and pave the way for long-term economic prosperity. The Department of Fisheries and Oceans has also provided flexible and permissive licensing rules, such as lobster partnering, where two license holders working on the same boat together, and also through license stacking, which is investment by a single license holder in a second license. This license flexibility fosters conservation, reduces harvesting efforts, and increases economic viability. Officials with Fisheries and Oceans Canada continue to work with regional fisheries associations and cooperatives to identify and implement management measures appropriate to their circumstances. Madam Speaker, our government is determined to address the root causes of the problems that face Canada's lobster industry. The problems are complex and require a comprehensive toolbox of solutions and partnerships. Industry-led license retirements would provide another means to reduce harvesting capacity. One advantage of this approach would be that people who stand to benefit, the remaining license holders, would decide best how to share the costs and benefits associated with license retirement. The Government of Canada cannot and should not restructure the industry by itself. So I encourage my honourable colleagues to support the government's concerted effort to bolster the lobster industry by rejecting the remedy that is suggested in the motion that's now before us, and instead supporting DFO's strategy to deal with the long-term underlying issues that threaten the economic prosperity of fishery-dependent coastal communities. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I rise today to congratulate my friend from Cardigan and his efforts to talk about what's happening in Canada's lobster fishery, because I believe it's indicative of what's happening in fisheries right across the country, from coast to coast to coast, and that we're seeing as the country, in a sense, has gone through this deindustrialization process. We are processing less, we are making less, we are doing less as Canadians, and relying more and more on energy prices and a service economy, which is no foundation for an economy. Those jobs don't pay the same. And I'll take us from lobsters on the East Coast to the commercial fishery of the West Coast, which describes the same phenomena time and again, which at its base, the government lacks the discipline or the will to put in place planning and strategies that will allow not just for the survival of a commercial fishing industry, but for its thriving, for its achieving something more than it was. And we've seen, certainly on the West Coast, as near as much to the east, that the tradition, that the ability of people to go out and fish and put food on the table and earn enough to support their families is quickly becoming a thing of the past. And I'll give you an example, Madam Speaker. You may be familiar with Knight Inlet on BC's West Coast, which has lost 5 very viable runs, and that the southern coastal fishing community, the commercial fishing industry, is virtually gone. There's so few boats on the water, to call it an industry at all is paling. And I can recall Conservatives, when they were in their previous incarnations in opposition, would rail on this very fact. They would rail on the very thing that we're talking about today, which is the viability of these industries to survive, and that the government seemed to be allergic, to seem some sort of a repulsion towards the idea of planning, of putting in place something that says, this is where we are today, here are the measurable goals we wish to be at in the future, and to give those fishing communities that rely on this resource some sense of hope. Because when you try, whether you're on the East Coast in the Atlantic provinces or you're on the West Coast, when you go to these communities, when you sit in the coffee shops and at the kitchen tables and talk to those that are involved in the industry and ask them how they're feeling about their future, they'll as often as not point to their kids and say, well, there's so little chance of them being in this industry. There's so little chance of me passing over licenses or boats, because the prospects for the future are so grim, are so desperate, that it is not in good conscience for them to suggest that their children follow in their way. And this, Madam Speaker, we have to take a moment and a pause here as parliamentarians, speaking in this hallowed place, to think of the generations that have come before us, that have helped build this country. One of the primary things this country has done is gone out on the water and fished. And one of the essential things that allowed the the first settlers that came across from Europe, that allowed the First Nations communities that have been here since time immemorial to survive year in and year out, has been this ability to go out and harvest the wealth of the seas. And now we're facing a moment for a number of factors, some of which are not in government control, but a number of which are. That through negligence over years, we've seen the continual erosion of the base and the foundation. And there's a couple of points I'd like to make, Madam Speaker, with respect to this motion, and as well with the viability. When we look at the Department of Fisheries and Oceans, which I can recall talking to this minister when she was first appointed to the position, and she talked to me about how she was going to whip those guys into shape, how she was going to tell the department which direction they were going in and how fast to move. And I warned her, Madam Speaker, and I said, you're not the first and only fisheries minister to come in with that kind of attitude. And the department just rubs their hands and says, boy, oh boy, we'll train this one too, like we trained the last one and the one before that, to follow into the top-down pattern that has become the DFO, the black box of Ottawa, the one that describes these intentions and plans with so little communication with the people who are actually in the industry, with so little understanding of what it is for those communities that rely on this industry, that it's become so top-heavy. It's this top-heavy organization based on such little foundation actually on the water, of people that are out in the experience of the fishing communities, that this top-heavy 1,800 DFO people working here in Ottawa, and we continually lose DFO officers out on the West Coast and East Coast. There's not that much of a commercial fishing industry here in Ottawa last time I checked. Very slight, in fact, non-existent. That the DFO has lost their ability to even monitor the stocks. And if you can't measure these things, whether it comes to lobster or halibut or salmon, you simply can't measure them. You can't monitor, you can't measure, you can't manage. If you can't manage the stocks, no wonder the government is constantly faced with whether it's a lobster crisis or a salmon crisis. And on down the list we go. Now, it seems to me that the government can make jokes about the communities that are suffering under these crises. It can suggest that these people aren't actually suffering and pretend and hope it goes away. But simply ignoring the consequences of government's inactions and failed policies means misery in the lives of people who rely on this. And it's not a laughing matter. I would ask my colleagues from the Conservatives to not treat this as some sort of glib thing that they can wash off on a Friday afternoon, and encourage them to grab another cup of coffee if they're having trouble staying awake. That it seems to me that such a grave issue, I'll ask the Minister of Human Resources and Development to peek over her shoulder at the conduct of her colleagues when discussing such an important issue, that laughing and yawning and carrying on is actually not becoming of members of Parliament when discussing such an important issue. That when we look at the 750 boats that we've lost on the north coast of British Columbia alone, I would ask the members to go into the communities that I represent and talk to those families and say there is no crisis in the fishing industry. That when we see the fish that do come to ground, that are processed overseas in China and Korea and other places, then brought back and sold to Canadians, that this government thinks that's a fine policy. That when we see processing plants standing idle and Canadians not working, and I see another member coming from the West Coast here who knows the situation on our West Coast commercial fishing industry, that it is a pale version of itself from years past, that it's a shadow of its former self, that a fishing industry that built his community and communities that I represent alike is no longer what it was. And that when we ask the government, how is it going to go from what it is right now to something more viable, to something stronger, with more value added, with more enhancement, be it lobster, be it salmon, it doesn't matter. We ask for the plan. There is no plan coming from the government. And when the government does announce some very basic ideas like PNSIMA, Pacific North Coast Planning and Implementation, the government announces the plan but doesn't announce any funding to go along with it. It announces the notion of being able to go out and know what's actually out there as a resource, but doesn't put any money behind it. Well, how can you possibly go out and monitor these things? How can you possibly go out and understand the state of the stocks and the survivability of these stocks if you don't put any money behind it? Well, it's not true, Madam Speaker. You can't. There is simply no way to go about this. And we've seen at the First Nations level in the attempt of government to have some sort of dialogue with First Nations when it comes to these stocks, it has also failed. We know that there is a way forward. We know the communities have the solutions and the answers to create a viable industry. This motion simply calls for government to pay that greater attention, to say that we are not calling this a sunset industry anymore, that we know we can do this, that we can fish, harvest, gather, and process these resources here in Canada, create the kind of jobs that we need to see, and give those families and those communities a sense of hope. And this is a serious matter for us all. This is a matter that we should take with the utmost of seriousness, because to fail to do so will be failing to recognize our history and failing in our approach to the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate. Then the honourable member for Cardigan to conclude the debate as the sponsor of the
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. This is, of course, where I come from, a quite serious issue. We got a number of fishermen who are out trying to make a living and cannot catch enough of fish to pay their bills. Now, I asked a couple of questions in the House today. I was very sorry that I received no answer. On the first question I asked about the rationalization program, and really we cannot find out if there's a rationalization program, if they're going to be or if they're not going to be, and if there's not going to be, we're just going to destroy the industry. I hope the government members do not believe this, but rationalization can happen anyhow. No, it cannot. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, if they lose their boats, if they lose their fleet, the financial institution just takes it back and sells it to somebody else, and the pressure keeps on the stock. The fact is, I've been around here for a number of years. I did see what took place with the cod stocks. I did see what took place with the herring. I hope and pray to God that we did learn a few lessons. There are people who risk their lives and go out and make a living. Fish does not come from the store. It comes from the sea. We have people that risk their lives to go out and get the fish. Also, Mr. Speaker, I asked a question on employment insurance today. The fact is, this is a measure that the Government of Canada, we talk about the bailouts in the banking industry, and we talk about the forestry industry, we talk about the automotive industry. Everybody I represent supports that we support these industries and make sure that we continue to have a strong country. But the fact is, Madam Speaker, we have an industry too in Atlantic Canada and in Quebec. The fact is the lobster fishery. And there's one way, and I know the minister responsible for employment insurance would like to do it. I would feel that she would like to do it. What she needs is support from the government, from the Prime Minister. The mechanism is there just to put the dollars into the hands of the fishermen so they can survive for one more winter. It's a matter of survival. Now, Madam Speaker, on the motion myself, it indicates that the Government of Canada should implement a program to reduce the effort on the Atlantic lobster fishery. In fact, to remove the licenses and take them out. The fact is, Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I'm sorry, the licensing is the responsibility of the federal government, responsibility of the Government of Canada. Now, it's no difference to me, and it doesn't affect the motion. It doesn't affect what the government does. If there are provincial government, if there's other agencies that have dollars to put in, there's no problem. But this is the responsibility of the Government of Canada to come forward and help this industry. Why is the fishing industry left out? Why would we want an industry that's been around for hundreds of years? Why do we leave it out? The fact is, if we don't do what I suggest, and the government is in the position to do it, take the credit and do it, and they'll save an industry. And it will do nothing but help their own situation. So I just hope that they're in the process of making some announcements. Number one, on the EI program. Simple to do, mechanism there, just do it, as my honourable colleague says. Just do it. What you do is put dollars in the hands of people that need it. And if you put the rationalization program in place, then you save an industry, age-old industry in this country. But that's why in the spring, Madam Speaker, I pushed so hard to have the Fisheries Committee tour Atlantic Canada and Quebec. And my honourable colleague from the government indicated that there should be an industry-led rationalisation program. And I'm also sure that he does care. But the fact what we cannot do is put a rationalisation program in place on the backs of fishermen that are in fact going broke now and losing their own fleets. That would make absolutely no sense. So I asked the Prime Minister and I asked the government, when this comes up, would they please support this motion? Or even better still, would they implement what I've recommended? Would they put it in place? Make sure that this industry survives. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
La Chambre est-elle prête?
Is the House ready for the question?
La question est la...
The question is as follows.
By Mr. Byrne, moved that in the opinion of the House, the government should implement a program to reduce the effort on the Atlantic lobster fishery to ensure a viable industry for future generations with a lobster license retirement plan and provide adequate funding to remove a number of lobster fleets from the water by cancelling licenses.
Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favour of the motion will say aye.
All those opposed, please say nay. Nay. In my opinion, the yeas have it. Pursuant to Standing Order 93, the division stands deferred until Wednesday, June the 10th, 2009, immediately before the time provided for private members' bill.
It being 2:01, the House will adjourn until next Monday at 11 a.m. pursuant to Standing Order